What's good, the Chaotic Nation? It is your boy Chaos here. We are back with some more shiny hunting in Pokemon Sword and Shield. Come back in. Oh my gosh, that's shiny. Ching! Just kidding. Welcome back in. Hope you guys have been enjoying your day so far. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. You have Twitter. Make sure you retweet. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you for hosting the stream. And we'll move on from there. So check out the content on the other platforms while you're here and follow for more. Let's get into it. So in the last episode, we lost our entire team to a Solar Koger. And we're continuing on with that. Moving on. I guess some quick things about the presents I should mention. I'm okay to talk about like overall opinion on Direct. Like overall opinion. We're not gonna get into specifics until tomorrow. As a way to allow those who haven't watched it yet. We might be popping in. Might ill-advisedly be popping into the stream. From being spoiled on it. After tomorrow, I don't care. Honestly, I don't care today, but because I feel like if you're gonna jump into a Pokemon stream, it's kind of your own vendetta to know what's going on. And if you don't, and if you're excited about the new games and want to know about the new games, why would you not watch that first before jumping into a stream? But that's not me. I don't make the rules here, apparently. For all opinions, I want it. That's all I'm gonna say. My level of excitement did not change from when the directs, from before or after the presents happened. So like I still want the new games to come out. Don't get me wrong. It's just They didn't give me enough of what I wanted. And they gave me too much of other things that I'm not that happy about, but I'm sorry if you asked me a question or anything. Everybody laugh at Kong because he's doing bad things. He shouldn't be in a Zoom meeting and be in my I'm just done with Arceus, but I haven't even played Arceus, bro. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you totally back. I'm done streaming today. Bye, everybody. I can't do this. Just can't stream today. I'm retiring because I can't go 5 seconds without something happening where I have to take a phone call or answer a text. Like, I'm just done. I'm just not doing it anymore. It's not streaming anymore. Goodbye. End of stream. It's ridiculously frustrating. Nothing pisses me off quite like that. Like, not even in a good mood anymore. Jeez. I just want to enjoy my day and stream a little bit and can't even have nice things. Ugh. I don't know what I was even talking about. Something about Waffles not actually doing her part in the marathon is what I was getting at, I guess. I don't know. Don't you hate me? Nope. Oh my gosh, it's shiny. Wow. You're not funny, Jimmy. You're not funny. That pun on today's episode, by the way, I just ran my face into a wall like 12 times. Because I needed to believe it didn't happen. And yeah, we're still here, apparently. It's so bad. It's just terrible. I don't have it in my playlist because I didn't have the chance to do it yet. I kind of got home and started streaming, so I'm lucky I even gave myself time to eat food. Dude, oh my gosh, it's shiny, wow. Amazing. I'm proud of your pun, you shouldn't be. Should be very upset with yourself. It's so bad it might even be considered Waffles level. It's that bad. It's pretty bad. So, do with that was what you will. Oh my gosh, it's shiny. Wow, crazy. Says the guy not even looking at the screen. It's like, why is it just go 11:15? And I'm like, what? Yes, because WoW has the same effect as LOL, where it doesn't actually do anything. It's just typing to type. That's funny. Yeah, I'm not happy right now. That's how I feel about Scarlet Violet. It's just a stupid game. It needs to just not exist. So bad. I sure wish Pokemon stopped making games after Red and Blue, man. Definitely the best Pokemon games. Can't even front. I don't know why they still make them. Like, terrible. It will never be as good as it was in Red and Blue. It will never be as good. Yeah, I don't need. I had stuff to talk about today. I don't know what I'm going to talk about now. I'm just not in a good mood anymore. It took it out of me. I already wasn't in a great mood today, but just freaking can't even stream. I'm also not allowed to go on Twitter anymore. I'm banning myself from Twitter because that just makes me upset. So, yeah. It's just how it is. Like, I find it weird that, like, no other franchise I care about if like people are talking about the new games and stuff, but like With Pokemon, I just don't want to see it. I just don't want to see it. I think it's partially because it reminds me of like how people get ahead with content creation, which is a really scummy way of doing it, in my opinion. Unless it's like what you like to do, then I don't care. But every content creator is making videos right now, or talking about the new games on stream, or they have something going out. Artists are making art about it. Can we just let the games exist, man? Just let it exist and stop oversaturating everything. Because I feel like that's gonna make me really hate Scarlet and Violet. Like, it looks like a good game and everything, but it's gonna make me hate it because everyone just won't shut up about it. Sure, it's cool to have excitement about it, but it's the same post 90 times. Yeah, no, too much. I can't stand it. Oh yeah, that's why I stopped following stuff. Like, there are content creators I specifically will not watch really anymore at all, because they just, anytime a new leak or a new rumor or even official, like, I like when I see official stuff, I'm gonna know about it because Pokemon is gonna, I follow Pokemon, so I'm gonna see it. Like, going into leaks and rumors and things just aggravate me. It's even more annoying when, like, they're already on thumbnails. Like, the new I've already seen a video thumbnail with one of the new Pokemon that was in the trailer on it. I'm like, this is stupid. People, like, that video came out like an hour after the thing came out. Like, dude, just let it sit. Let it exist, man. I can understand it because I'm excited. I get excited about it too, but like, you don't see me running on the Twitter. It's like, oh my gosh, this is the direct, literally, and boop, here's my tweet. And I don't mind talking about it. It's just, I want to give it air and not suffocate it. It's like building a fire. When you build a fire, you don't put so much wood on your fire that your little ember gets snuffed out. You put just enough that it can burn, and then when you need to add more, you add more. You can't just be throwing wood at it and hoping something catches on fire, because no. Have I built a few fires in my days? You betcha. I mean, I just don't watch them anymore, and that's unfortunate for them. Like, I know I'm a minority of people who don't want to see that kind of stuff, but I kind of just want the games to exist. Like, if I want to look for it, I'll look for it. I don't need information about it. Like, it's definitely a very fine line. Like, if you want to talk about it and stuff, sure. As long as you have it, you know, as I said in Discord, as long as it's labeled correctly and people don't see it unless they consent to see it, then you're fine. But other things shouldn't be shown or showcased. Like, I don't want to know about Armageddon, the new dragon and light type Pokemon that's going to be in the, like, I don't want to know about Armageddon. Nobody wants to, like, stop it. That's a fake. That's completely fake, by the way. I just literally just made the name up and everything right now. Just didn't use the internet. I was like, I looked up, I knew about Galarian Darumaka and Darmanitan because I specifically looked up the version exclusives. Like, I specifically went out of my way to find them because I do this thing where I like to have my team built before I jump into the game, so I know what I'm going after. And we try different things out as we go, but like I've always done that. So sometimes I'll look up, like, I like to know what version exclusives there are if that's an interest in what game I buy, because I feel like that's the important thing, like knowing which game I'm gonna buy based on what Pokemon are in it. Which I think they added a good variety of Pokemon. I'm curious to see just how much is in the game, but I used to get both games. Yeah, getting both games is a waste of money. You just wasted $60 times event because it's the same game. Like, you can make a little bit of an argument for Sword and Shield, just a tad bit, but if you're buying both copies, both versions, it's kind of eh. Another reason I say that about Sword and Shield is because there's a difference in gym leader, which honestly I don't think even is big enough to justify buying both. I mean, sure, if you want to, go ahead, give Pokemon more money that they don't need, but I don't feel like you need to buy both, especially now with the Switch's multiple account. You can just play a different file. Whoop. I'm not really bothered by that. Like, you do, it's your money, do what you want to do with it. But sure. Well, if that's the case, you had to have two consoles, so that's part of it. I mean, yeah, that is true. Stream elements, I do enjoy interacting. I'm wondering how many people I'm gonna have to be like, hey, we can't talk about stuff today, and hey, we can't talk about stuff. Like, I really don't mind. My mods think differently than I do, and I sure whatever. They don't want to talk about it, whatever. It's fine. Not really. Not really a whole lot. Like, I feel like you're, well, I wasn't asking about Discord, I was asking about stream. So if you're targeted at Discord, then that's your problem. Read the message. That's all I gotta say about that. I don't feel like it's gonna be as big of a problem. It wouldn't have been as big of a problem on stream as it would be on Discord. Because there's more more, I don't know, moderation with getting things blocked and stuff. Like we were talking about Discord, TBH, it's called reading. There's a thing you might learn, you learn about it in school. Should look it up. I would ask you to read it, but obviously you can't. Oh, what I miss, people don't know how to read. I was working at the time. That sounds like an excuse to me. You know what we do with excuses? We throw them out the door because they don't matter. Because that's the one. Another thing you can do to piss me off is by just throwing an excuse at me rather than, you know, admitting you didn't take the time to read it. Yeah. If you're just gonna give me an excuse, you might as well just not say anything to me at that point. Can't read either. There you go. See, look what Jimmy did. I can't read either. I know that does not mean that other things happen, but I will offer you another solution. you're unsure about what somebody says to you, or if you're unsure about what a text conversation means, please ask. It's the best way to understand. I'm not even answering that. Screw you, phone. Like, I'm not answering you. Stop it. I don't want to deal with it. I am going to answer it and immediately decline the call, so that way I don't have to look at the stupid notification. But yeah. So I only put the rules in effect because my mods were like, we don't want to see spoilers. I'm like, whatever. But I can respect that. I mean, it's not like anyone else is gonna post anything, right? Because like my Discord doesn't really get, like, no one ever posts in the Discord besides me in the mods. So like, are we gonna see anything? Probably not. But how about Dark type Regi? Dark type Regi could be cool. I don't know how I feel about that though. Like, I'm not a big fan of Regi Drago because I feel like it's kind of eh. Fire or water one would be kind of fun. I could see water more. I tend to think of them more as elemental than beings. So like more like natural elements and resources. So like you obviously have rocks, which are, you know, part of the ground, and you have ice that is natural, and you have steel and metals that are natural. It's like dark, I mean, darkness is kind of there. What's going on? Yes. Yeah. Other things that I can't talk about are also pissing me off today. I have to deal with. Like, I guess you could technically say darkness, but what's going to be your light Pokemon? Like a counterpart to it with light. I mean, I guess fire. I don't know. I found somebody on Sun named Octopus Car. That's a great way to say hi. I don't know when that became the new meta, but sure. I will keep that in mind. That's what I say to people when I first talk to them. Sounds like a good idea. That was when I had this year. No, I'm just joshing you. I'm just messing. Just messing around. Do. Yeah. Language, please. Thanks. I mean, you can call your rival buttface. Like, is anything really? Like, is anything really surprising at this point? I don't know. I really don't know at that point. Talk to the statue, please. I feel like I've had a very busy week, despite the fact not having really as busy of a week as I've had. Definitely my last 2 weeks have been busier, but I just feel like I haven't had time to do anything. I don't know why that is. It's probably because I've been trying to get caught up on sleep for the past 4 or 5 gens. That's because people called their rival butt face. And they were like, no, you can't have nice things. That's exactly why we can't have nice things. You know, there's people like me who are like, his name's Gary. And his name is Todd. Or Lucas. And then we're just like, yeah, poop face. It's like, okay, well, no, nope. Can't have nice things now. I mean, I'm pretty sure I did name my rival in the TikTok series Buttface, but I'm not sure. I made a lot of poop jokes. I called him Poop, I think. Or something. That was more ironic to get people to watch, but hey. Poo-poo, yeah. You're part of the problem. Hey, the problem was long existing before I am. I'm just normalizing it. I don't like how that's phrased. I mean, it works, but I think yours is fine. Don't need A, but that's me. Representing my rival RNG sounds accurate. Sounds very accurate. If I could have done that, I mean, I could have named you something in black and white in the quad lock, but I didn't. Mostly because there's you don't fight Q as much as other rivals, so he's not really like a somebody you want to make fun of. But that's about that. Cool. You just need to name the game RNG at that point, because yeah. I will contend with Black and White 2 are the hardest games to Nuzlocke. Period. You'd have to get a pretty crappy randomizer to get on top of that. Here, fucking names: Pokemon R, N, and G. I mean, I really thought they were gonna go some other sort of direction with it. I kind of wish they did, because Scarlet and Violet. Honestly, Scarlet and Violet doesn't sound like, I'm not excited for the name. Like, they did colors and stuff so long, and I'm just wanted to see something new. Like Orange and Grape would have been better. And orange being the fruit, obviously, not like the color. Because I know a little bit of Spanish, and I saw what they did, and I'm kind of not happy about it. But also, it's gotta always be red. Why is it always gonna be red? Can we have a different color? I just want to try a different color out. Like, I'm glad purple, they're doing violet, because like there's really not a purple game, you know? Two food mons, be careful what you talk about. Because I can't talk about the new game because mods don't like it. And object Pokemon are very common. Couple per generation at least. Wait, what? Wait, what? We're not allowed to talk about the new games because the mods don't want me to talk about the new games. I said we're not allowed because people haven't watched the trailer, so I can't talk about it until tomorrow. It's all on Discord. Yeah, Pokemon streamer can't talk about Pokemon games. Yeah, that's just what it is. That makes sense. No, it doesn't. Don't agree with them. You never said don't talk about it. Well, according to Article 17 of the international laws of what was said in the chat, spoilers for a bit. People may have missed it due to work. Use spoilers till the end of the day. Boo. I present my if they don't want you to talk about it, they should mute the stream. I mean, yes, they should. Also, like as I said at the beginning of the stream, like if you're coming into a Pokemon stream on the day a Pokemon present was announced and performed, and you're not expecting people to talk about the new games, like why would you? I said spoilers and spoiler tags. I was talking about stream. I was not talking about Discord. Because I knew nobody would talk about it in Discord. But just not allowed to talk about it, I guess. You know? Make the argument so we're backpedaling now, huh? We're backpedaling? Yo? We're backpedaling? Keck W? No, I'm just being a butt about it. I don't really care. Anybody else get baited by Masters? Nope. I actually was away from my computer at that point in time. And I'm like, why am I hearing Trainer Red sing? I'm like, oh, they're just doing and then I saw them, I'm like, yeah, they're just doing some kind of red event. Like, that's it. That's it. I'm mad. Why would they? See, my mind would never have connected that in that regard. I would have never gone, oh, yeah, they're, it's like, oh, the battle on Mount Silver, Johto. Like, I wouldn't have connected that. Like, I wouldn't have gone, oh, new Johto games. Let's go Johto. No, like, my mind never went there. It's like, oh, cool, they're doing some sort of thing with red. My favorite part of that, and what I saw Elliot's reaction to it, and what I was thinking in the back of my mind is like, you can tell who the Johto fans are because they went straight to that. They didn't go, oh, this is just Trainer Red thing. They went, Johto? It's like squirrel. It's like a squirrel. It's like Doug. And it's like squirrel. Like, it could have been anything, but it's just like squirrel. You just assume it's a squirrel. Like, you know? Yeah, the Johto fans were like, oh my gosh, it's a new Johto game. And I'm like, they would not even begin to announce that there. I was baited and disappointed I was baited by it. Well, also I thought a little bit too. Because I'm like, because I can see where people get baited by it, but my thought process was it's just an event for Trainer Red. And two, why would they announce a Johto game before they've even done anything with Scarlet and Violet in this trailer? When we're trying to hype people up for Scarlet and Violet and not for Johto. So wasn't this important because you play Pokemon Master Sex? Nice. Nice. I mean, logically, the next game to come out is the Johto remake, so like, let's call a spade a spade. The next game would be I was surprised at how many things were like anniversary during the event. They're like, oh, the 1 year anniversary of Pokemon Unite, the 3 year anniversary of Pokemon Masters, like all this other stuff. Makes sense now. Am I done memeing over talking about Scarlet Violet? Can we actually talk about it, or do I have to keep memeing on it? Because I don't mind memeing on it. It's fun. I'm quite enjoying it. It's kind of brought me out of a bad mood. Jimmy, I don't like this keyboard. It can tell with the caps lock on. Then don't turn the caps lock on. Is that shiny? I'm just kidding. Keep memeing, why not? Well, yeah. We can, if you guys want to blame somebody about not talking about the new stuff, because you know, we can talk about anything as long as it's not Scarlet and Violet from the trailer. We just can't talk about Scarlet and Violet. It's Jimmy's fault. So, yeah, my mods don't want me talking about it, so I'm not allowed to. Even though I do Pokemon content, you know, that's what I do. I'm not allowed to be involved in the. I'm not of the tier, the echelon of Pokemon creators that make content off of news, you know, and just get a bunch of views because that's all they ever do, and can't actually make Pokemon content, but they just take what Pokemon does and exploit hype and make videos off of it. Like, I don't do that, so I can't talk about the news. I'm not allowed to say anything about Scarlet and Violet until the games come out, so that's unfortunate. I know somebody's lurking. I'm joking completely. That's also why at the beginning of the stream I was like, you know, Red and Blue are the best Pokemon games. Nothing will ever compare. Why do we keep trying? I can say my honest opinion about it, and I'm gonna get canceled so fast, and I know it's gonna happen, but I feel like I have to say my honest opinion about it and not lie about it, which I thought the stuff they introduced in Scarlet and Violet was really kind of eh. And eh is not, it's not a good term. Let's put it that way. It's definitely has some sort of negative connotation. Just a little bit. Like, I don't care about it to the point where I have opinions about it. There were some things I liked. There were some things I really hated. It was kind of eh. Then I look at it as a whole. So I actually really like the new food Pokemon, whatever it's called. I'm not happy that it's a fairy type, but I really do like it. I need to go back to my my sweets gym and change up the Pokemon in it. Fido, yeah. I love the name too. It's a great name. They've definitely done well with the names. Megastar, the best gimmick? Dude, this new gimmick's not even a gimmick. It's like, hey, what if we took Dynamax and made it different? But what if it's like that copy the homework meme? It's like, what if I copied your can I copy your homework? It's like, sure, just change it a little bit so nobody notices. And it's Dynamax and Gigantamax and then this stupid new thing. I like that it has different typings. That's kind of cool. But it's really dumb. It's really dumb. That's just so dumb. Like, I like the idea with the Eevee. It's like, oh, Eevee can be a different type and stuff, so. We're not, no, that is banned. You're not allowed to talk about that, Steelix. You are not allowed to talk about that. We're not allowed to talk about that. That's the one thing we can't talk about. Not allowed. Not allowed. I will ban you so fast. I will ban you so fast. Do not ruin it for me. It's like the one thing I liked about the trailer. Don't ruin it, please. Yeah. Okay, Fido is way better than Burger Badge. You know? Fido is way better. It's like, oh, that's clever. Burger Badge just like, bruh, why? Why am I reading this? I feel you on that. It says the guy who was arguing with me on Twitter about it. Like, I just keep seeing pictures of it, and I'm like, I don't want to see this. I'm gonna start hating it. I don't want to hate it. I'm tired of hating Pokemon that I probably would have liked because the internet ruins it. I don't want to deal with it. Yeah. So the stupid Dynamax Adventure thing coming back, or the raid thing, I think they're fixing it. I feel like it's still gonna suck. But so Titan looks sick. I'm upset with him. He should be in a steel type, I feel like. He's not. I like it. I just wish it was a steel type. Because when have we had an ice and steel type? I can't think of one. Maybe I'm dense, but I can't think of one. Nope. I mean, it's like, it's got horns and stuff. Like, it needs to have some kind of, like... Like, sure, it could have... the horns don't look like... If it was icicle horns, sure. But it's horns. It needs to have some... It can't just be an ice type, in my opinion. Looks cool, but... Yeah. Do we have a steel ice type? I really can't think of any that are steel. Like, I don't think of anyone that is a steel ice type. I can't. My brain's not pulling that up. I know ice types have the majority of the type combinations that are not available. That and normal. Because, like, normal bug doesn't exist, normal ice. Alola Slash. Alola and Sand Slash. But does that count? Because it's not really... It's a remaster of the typing. Like, we have one Pokemon. I'll take more. Thanks. Give me some type diversity. I'm also like sitting here at a competitive standpoint. Like, ice is not a great type, so I wanna see it do well, and it's just not working well. Like, the thing I like most is that there are multiple stories. You can choose linear path to gym. Yeah, that's gonna make the game a lot of fun. I'm gonna have a great time thinking about how to do my first playthrough, and definitely how to do subsequent playthroughs afterwards. What do you think about the legendaries? Same thing I've thought about them. I mean, I saw that coming. We talked about that a while ago. I'm not so happy with how they functioned. Like, I knew they were going to be like the ride feature of the game. Kind of made that obvious. But, I feel like they could have done a little bit cooler designs. Oh yeah, best team for that's gonna be ridiculous because I'm gonna have to be like, all right, this is the best team for if you go to the ice gym, then the fire gym, then the water gym, then the steel gym, then the flying gym, then the psychic gym, then the fairy gym. And this is the best team if you go for the fire gym, and then the steel gym, and then the light gym, and the sound gym, and the untyping gym, and ghost gym. Like, I'm gonna have to do that. AMC is like Transformers to me. I think they do, but if you look, you have to look at the sprite a little bit more. Like, not the sprite. You gotta look at the model more. Because if you just take it at like page on a piece of paper, sure, Transformer. But when you look at like the emotions they've built into those characters, those Pokemon, they definitely feel like Pokemon. It's like I see Komaidon, the Scarlet one. I see him like he kind of gives me dog vibes, whereas Miraidon is more like cat-esque to me. So I think they've definitely gave them enough personality and Pokemon traits to make them Pokemon. Doggy paddle, yeah. I'm a little upset that Komaidon is not Komaidon, but Miraidon is not like a perpetual jet. or like a jet scooter or something like that, it's turns into a bike and then, yeah. I mean, I guess it makes sense because it looks more futuristic, but it kind of just feels like it feels like Tron to me in the bike form. So. Okay. Yeah. I will say, knowing that there are different forms in the game, it's kind of cool. I should have changed my question of the day now, but we can save that for tomorrow and talk about the trailer a little bit more in depth. Maybe we'll come up with some more ideas. What about Pokemon Cafe Remix? Are we excited about Mewtwo coming? Yo, Mewtwo putting Mewtwo in the game? Like, that's totally sick, yo. Nobody cares. Right. Nobody cares. Forgot about that. Region name is unique, sort of. Sort of. Totally excited, Kappa. Yeah, nobody cares about that. Yo, y'all excited about the Pokemon Sleep trailer? It's pretty sick, yo. Detective Pikachu 2? That's crazy, man. Totally didn't happen. I mean, it's kind of unique. It works well with, like, making it a forum name. You just throw N on the end, because it just turns into Chaldean. So, good try. Good try. It might have had an impact if the Kappa wasn't the same message, but you lost it when it came afterwards. Oh, what now? Where do I hear boss music? I'm not wrong, this is boss music. I'm very well aware of it because I spend 3 hours listening to it every Sunday. Oh, I need to do something that I meant to do. Oh my gosh, shiny on screen, wow, crazy. Can we, multiplayer seems really cool. Multiplayer. I'm not happy about multiplayer either. They didn't give us anything for it, really. It's like, you can play multiplayer. You can all ride on your bikes. Yay! It's like, sure. Cool. And what else? Nope, that's it. Honestly, I don't know why people had problems with the region name thing. Like, I get it. That we kind of had the region names from the beginning, but so raids too. Oh wow, raids. We can do some more raid dens, woo, with these terrible gimmicks that don't even make sense. Great. Woo. Encouraging us to start a biker gang. It does give a new way to play the game. I feel like you could get a friend and play through the game together. Like, literally go together and play through the game. which is kind of cool. I'll give them that, but that's about it. Are we sure this isn't Shiny Lock? Giving us a better multiplayer? They haven't given us any multiplayer besides raids. Besides the dens, and we already knew about that. I mean, I already expected that. Yeah. I just really want them to stop trying gimmicks at this point. I really want them to stop. They just keep missing, and I'm done with it. So. That brought down the trailer a lot for me. I'm like, oh, there's all these really cool Pokemon. Like, we get to see, like, Electros and Hydreigon and all this other stuff. And then, like, here's a gimmick. It's like, yeah, I didn't need to see that, thanks. Don't buy the game, then problem solved. I mean, don't force the gimmick down my throat and we'll call it good. You know? Or make a good gimmick for once. It's a very Oppo response to that. Not like, it's like, hey, I'm not even gonna work with you. Just don't buy the game. Boop, done. It's not like, oh, we could talk through this. It's like, nope, that's my ultimatum. We're done. Cool. Thanks for caring. Boop. I mean, I saw them like, oh yeah, crystal Pokemon, cool. That'd be fun. They're like, oh, they just have things coming out of them. It's like, alright. It's based on their typing, cool. They work like Dynamax. To be fair, they haven't told us a lot about it, but I have a hunch that it's gonna work exactly like Dynamax. So they didn't give us Evos yet. I am sort of 50-50 on that. So I'm like, I wanted to see Evos, definitely, but I'm not surprised they didn't give it to us. They have been trying to hold as much information, I think, on this one as they can. So. Yeah, but it's still a Crystal Eevee. That's kind of dumb. I don't know, it might turn out good. We'd have to see about it. Yeah. I would expect the Evos until like October. They'll probably do some like Unite update for Halloween, and that'll be when it comes out. At least one stage. But I definitely didn't expect final evolutions today. I'm mid-stage, kind of could have happened, but they didn't. So. Yeah, but I want it to, the actual Pokemon to be a Crystal type and not have to, not the actual Pokemon to be Steel type and not have to use some mechanic to get it, do that, so. Yeah, 100% that's banned from competitive, I'm just saying. So don't even ask me about it in season whatever, next 8. That's banned, 100% banned. It's like, you can change the type of your Pokemon banned. I am well aware how broken that is. Might I look at PDL Season 3 Gyarados? Yeah, kind of broken. I'll hit it with electric move. Nope. It's actually neutral now. But it's not, because Dark actually is not resistant to electric, which is dumb. But still. Nope. Do a different draft league. Sorry. Because, like, think about how many you have to prepare for 18 different forms of a Pokemon. That's just one Pokemon. Plus 12 like that's a ridiculous amount of numbers of Pokemon to prep for. Yeah, no. The logic is flawed. Well, your logic is also flawed because... Stop talking to me. Thank you. Keep getting freaking spam calls. Because any Pokemon can have it. Kecleon is built not to be a super great Pokemon based on stats. Like, the whole gimmick of Kecleon is built around changing their types. That's Kecleon's gimmick. Like, literally protein and color change. Gimmick. I was talking on the phone. Stop being butt. So that's their gimmick, but when every Pokemon has that, the problem is, again, what they have done, and the biggest flaw of Z moves, the biggest flaw of Gigantic, say one or the other. The biggest flaw of Dynamax, the biggest flaw of Z moves is that every Pokemon has access to it, which is really bad. You know? You need to stop doing that because it's not fun. You know? It doesn't change anything. Like, with Megas, at least, like, Pokemon became more viable. Like, you see Beedrill coming through, being used. Sure, they gave it to Pokemon who didn't need it. But, like, I don't want to see a Groudon with that crystal ability that makes it a completely different typing from what I would counter Groudon with, and then not be able to do anything with it. They were annoying? No, that's not what I'm saying. Well, because I did say that some Pokemon got it who needed it, some did not. That was a problem with Megas. The massive problem with Megas is they gave it to too many Pokemon who didn't need to have Mega Forms. Like, Legendaries, definitely not. Starters, no. Like, they don't need it. The ones that needed it and didn't get it, you know, are ones that made the gimmick fun. Like, we had a Beedrill that was viable. We had a Mawile that was kind of cool. We had Banette that still sucked. I mean, but we had a Mega Aggron that made Aggron really good. Because it had a quad weakness that needed. I got dealt with a type change and an ability. Caused problems with it, so. See, the thing, you're nitpicking my argument, and that's what's kind of annoying me. Because I'm not saying it's perfect. Like, none of it has ever been perfect. But definitely they were on a better track than they are now. With it. And if they take the time to really give the right Pokemon the perk of whatever the gimmick's going to be, sure, it'll be fun. But when everybody has it, it's useless. It's not special at that point. Like, it's really not special at that point. The only good Mega was Steelix? Ha. I wonder why. Yeah, that's what every team brought in competitive is the Mega Steelix, right? Forgot about that. How stupid somebody who played Gen 7 meta, learned Gen 7 meta, wouldn't forget about that Pokemon, wow. No, if they are going to be really intentional with what they give the gimmick to, then I'm okay with it. But just giving it universally out to every Pokemon is kind of not a good idea. Because it ruins the special... it ruins the speciality of that gimmick. And now it's just like, okay, it's just a, you know... You get Crystal Pokemon in this game, woo. Move on. Alright, then those Pokemon actually can be really good because it has this new Tetra type that makes it really awesome. You know? They brought Mega Jirachi. Yeah, they brought Mega Jirachi, dude. Wonder Room Mega Jirachi, you know? 100% the meta. It had Hyper Blast Beam and Thunder Smash. The only Pokemon that learned both those moves, besides Pikachu. I think every time you're complaining nonstop, I'm only complaining because I'm not complaining right now. I'm having an argument. And I complain at every shiny, so that's invalid. No, I'm discussing what's going on with these forms and why they're flawed. And what they could have done to make it better. Let's believe it or not, I'm not a person who complains a lot. At least publicly. But it's definitely... It's definitely a weird feature, and I don't like it. Pikachu, the best Pokemon, don't have me? Yo, well, Pikachu? Yo, I thought we weren't supposed to talk about that. That's a leak, bro. Pikachu? Oh no, but no, this is. And you're glad you caught that? Isn't glad you caught that? Yeah. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. That's a funny way to say I'm glad you caught that, but sure. Also, hi, glad you caught that. Lol, I'm dead. For once, purposely expelled it. All right. It's a very funny way to spell Pikachu. We're gonna have to send you to the school with the other mods who can't read and learn how to write as well. Lol. Also, Nico jumped in and said that one thing and then just left, right? Is that like that's all Nico said? Nope. He said hey. He said hey. He said, "Hey, okay. I'll redact my statement. My bad." School and Scarlet invited. But that's a cool feature, and that's something that no one's talking about, and I find it really cool that they really emphasize the school aspect of the game. All right, what's going on here that I need to know about? Cool, it's not shiny. No. Missing item. Just listening. I just like, oh, I must have pissed Nico off because she left immediately after she came in. I mean, I have that effect on people because, you know, no one ever sticks around, but it's cool. Maybe I just gotta argue with everybody, and that's how I get you guys to stay around. I think that's working. I just have really bad hot takes, and that works too. No. We're not doing that. I don't care. No. There's a lot these days. You don't have to comment on everybody's, you know, lifestyle choices. Argue with me. Shut up, Jimmy. I hope you have a nice day. Why are you so bad at video games that you lose a whole team to a Solar Kyogre? Come on, dude. That's baby formula, dude. Come on. Alright, I'm serious. No more Wooper. None. I will literally just time you out. I don't want to see it. That one I'm adamant about. Like, I don't even want to see emotes. Nothing. Didn't sleep last night and then somebody hacked my Netflix and bought a subscription. No. No, that's horrible. I hope you got it worked off. Worked out and fixed up. There we go. That's the correct phrasing. You can try Orlando and Kyogre and see how you deal with it. Easy, ice beam, freeze dry. Boom. It's called. I would have put. Yeah, I might have gave my team a little bit more diversity instead of putting you know, 2 grass types on my team. Might have thrown an ice type in there, but I don't know. Do I need to post it again? No, I read it. I said I hope you got it figured out. Otherwise, I'm not sure. I know you've had a busy day. I think we've all had busy days. How to refresh so I didn't hear you? Then don't refresh when I'm answering. Good. That's good. You can't hack. Well. And this is why people think I'm a mean and vindictive person. Just arguing with people for the heck of it. Yeah, no, ice types. I mean, that's kind of true. I mean, that's the point, but... I don't know. I didn't. Just hit the lander with the water type move. Forehead. Zacian is busted. That's random, but okay. That's a weird way to spell Landorus. I'm sorry, I didn't know that's a new spelling. Oh, I'm sorry, oatmeal? My bad. Oatmeal is great. Dude, I'd love to see Waffles try to argue a case in a courtroom. Because, like, half the opponent's argument would be relevance. Your Honor, relevance. Your Honor, relevance. Your Honor, relevance. You know? It's like, yeah, you stay on topic, please. Thanks. Boom. I don't know what the team was, dude. Alright, I think nope, it's right. Yeah, well, then say that. I'll just say Zacian busted. Also, like, doing a test battle with your PDL team is a really bad idea because you're gonna get swept anyway. So now it works, you know. It's a team not built for online battling. It's a team built for a specific match. So therein lies the issue. I saw Sonic Mania and Sonic Racing on sale for like $30, and I didn't buy it. Mostly because I didn't buy it because it's like I don't want to play Sonic Racing, and I can play Sonic like anything in that Mania collection. except for Mania itself on my GameCube. I just hope they have something soon with Scarlet and Violet that excites me. Because I can't determine if today they just gave me too much information that I didn't enjoy that made me not care, or if they didn't give me enough that was satisfactory or makes me happy to want to play. Like, I still want to play the game. I'm excited about it, but it's Pokemon. Of course it would be like that, but you know, we got 3 new Pokemon, which is kind of eh. In my opinion, we know like 10 of the new Pokemon, which makes me nervous for how many new Pokemon they're going to be adding. So, yeah, but we knew about that. Like, if I didn't know open world exists, I could have been really excited today. Like, that was not something that I knew about, but I knew about it, and therefore it was not new information, which therefore did not excite me. It's cool. I'm excited that we can do any path. And it's nice to have the confirmation that we can go anywhere we want, when we kind of already knew that. Cool. Oh my god, it's a shiny Regi spot. Crazy. Yeah, but we kind of already knew that though. That's why I say that. Like how I get to what I'm trying to say as you're typing it. It's great. The other thing I need to quickly go over, because we finally have confirmation on something else. Well, it took me 3 days, but the multi on Sunday with Kong will be earlier in the day. We'll probably be starting, I would assume, around 1:30. So keep that in mind. Probably will be that way for probably the rest of the series. I would wager. Just a change in plans throughout the day on Lysandas. So yeah, just waiting for some things to come through. Yo, does this mean there's gonna be Let's Go Johto? Yo, is this coming out? Great. Oh, jeez. Some people. Do 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 do. I know. I have to really think about my plans for Scarlet and Violet. As he says as he yawns. There's a lot that are gonna be. I'm gonna replay that game a lot. I know. Seems like the story's pretty solid. Although with an open world game, I'm curious to know about. So we haven't seen anything about an evil team. Is there an evil team? Is it kind of like Galar, where it's more, hey, the whole point is let's hype up the gym experience so you forget about them being an evil team, even though there's a pseudo evil team because there's another rival that you have that has a bunch of cronies that want to follow her around. Like, if they're gonna do that again, or if they're gonna do, hey, this is an actual evil team and we need you to stop them. You know? Or is that gonna be like, I can understand. So I'm thinking like Breath of the Wild style, where there is a main objective that can happen, but then there's like side quests and deviations of that main quest that you can do. So I don't know. Like, that's what I'm envisioning, is some kind of like side quest system. So like the main quest is like, all right, go to the Pokemon gym, and they'll have like little markers on your screen, on your map, telling you where the gyms are. and where the towns are to go get to the gyms, and so you can do that. Or like maybe there's 8 main story quests and there's every gym. It's like it's go find the town. Find the town. Challenge the gym. Like, could be pretty cool. You know, here's another, and then there's another arc here with the evil team that you can do at some point in time. So, that's a main story quest. You know, like I wouldn't mind that being a main story quest, and you have to have beaten the evil team completely to go to the Elite Four and take on the Elite Four. So. That'd be kind of cool, in my opinion. The minimap's gonna be cool. I mean, it's hard to have a game like that and not have a minimap, but sure. But also, the way I'm envisioning, I see the map is like the center place is gonna be the school area, and then you can kind of just run in a giant circle any way you want to get to every other place. I've already seen people try to make a connection between Kalos with it already, but a lot of that won't be fleshed out until we get to in-game dialogue. So. The other thing about scheduling that I remembered just now is next Wednesday I'm probably gonna have the same thing, so I probably won't be around until like, I don't know, when we start at 1:30-ish. Not right. Why I'm so yawny. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. I kind of feel like there's a lot we don't know about the game still, and that I feel like that's gonna be the thing that we're gonna say until we actually get the games, which is good. It's good, but also there's things I want to know before the game comes out. Made me yawn. That means we share an emotional connection. You're welcome. Now I'm gonna yawn again. I guess you said yawn. Yawn. Now I have to yawn again. That was a good one. That was a really good one. Now, however, if Waffles yawns, she's just copying me. That's all it is. So, and the psychological evaluation, you know, tied to that somewhere. Why are we hunting this thing again? I mean, it kind of is, in the most literal sense. So still. Let's try with an argument there. I raise you logic. Yay, it's shiny, woo. Just kidding. I like how it was only above 90 degrees today when I was outside. It's like, yeah, it's not 90, so you're fine. Like, cool, bro. Oh my gosh, shiny Regi. I honestly would not notice it at this point in time. I have the game audio playing so that way I can hear it, definitely. Well, I have the sound effects playing. I turned off the Pokemon cries because I was hatching eggs. During the OOTR. I just don't want you to hear what they were. So I haven't turned that setting back on yet. So. I guess it works for me. The other good thing, I did open the game yesterday, and I was like, oh, I had finished my breeding for PDLC for week 2. So I was ready to, you know, start breeding for week 4. Getting everything there, because I'm prepped for most of the season already. I'm like, cool, let me do that. And then I realized that something I was prepping was wrong, and I prepped it for the wrong week. So I had to rebuild something again. Recent. Thank you. What's up, Golden Key? Welcome in. And it's a Groudon, yeah. We haven't found anything since a Groudon. You're doing well. Hello, thanks. Have you tried the potato soup yet? I heard it's pretty good. I don't know what that was about, but sure. I hope you're doing well. What's up on your Wednesday? Counter phase on Regi? I mean, no. I mean, you cannot catch one. So that would work. I need to start doing shiny reaction videos for YouTube again. Because once we get to, I have it up till September 11th at this point in time, and I need to do more of them. Get them caught up. Especially doing it before the VODs go away. So that would be very nice. Rather than just using a bunch of clips. I mean, you can definitely skip over the Regi, which I feel like I might have done it at one point, but also I know I would have heard it. So I guess I'm just very unlucky with this one. I don't know. The other thing I'll say about Groudon is 23 is the number since the last shiny I'd found. Those 23 raids after the last shiny, which I believe before that was Scolipede. It is not the total number of Groudons we've done. That was probably closer to like 60 or 70. Unfortunately, I've done 97 Xurkitries and not found anything. So. Cool, I'm getting more text messages. I wish it didn't notify you when somebody liked the text. It's kind of annoying. The feature. I mean, it's a cool feature because, you know, like I wish it would do it for like your messages, but like if it's not your message, you don't care about it. Well, that's your problem. They just don't want to respond to you, which is what the feature's supposed to be for. It's like, oh, I like this, and sure, I don't want to have to say okay or something menial back. Just leave a an emoji-esque response to it. Rather than typing back. It's like adding a reaction to a post. Which I guess is why you don't do that. You just add a reaction to a post. It's not that simple. I mean, it's not that hard. Just be like, oh, you know, cool, this was funny. Let me do a lol instead of just typing a lol out. You know? Especially like on Discord, like the emojis, if you just type them by themselves, are just massive. They take up a lot of space. There's a reaction, you know, it's there. Plus, a reaction to a specific post is specific to that post and not just broad. You know, I can post something and, you know, inevitably, like, come along hours later, something like a random lol pops in the chat. It's like, what was this lol for? Like, is it just you find something funny? Or was the last thing that was said was funny? Or, like, what? Well, that's true. Why do I need to get pinged for reactions? If I posted something, I'm gonna check back on it, see if somebody responded to it, right? Especially if it was something that asked for a response. Yeah. Plus, I hate pings, so reactions are kind of cool. I don't know if you you heard me ask Golden Key, but if you have something cool going on today, let me know. Just a Wednesday, there's, you know, just a Wednesday. That's fine. It's home day. Whoop whoop. Kong. Guess what day it is, Kong? Guess what day it is? Kong, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Home day. Whoop whoop. He's not even paid attention to that. Just did a bit and it just flopped. That's what we call a flop bit, and we move on. How did I know that was coming? I didn't know that was coming, so I'm glad you did. Also, is that shiny, yo? Should just start sending that to you every week, an automated voice message system. White Kong is not available. At the tone, please record your, like, have that set up for every week where it just says Kong. Guess what day this Kong? Over. I could make it a hotkey on my stream deck, and then just go in our DMs and press a button. Bum 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 bum. Well, thank you for contributing to the conversation. I don't know why this gives me more nostalgic than some other Mario tracks. I feel like it was used in something besides SMB2. Because I didn't play SMB2. I don't know. Frustrated that I can't figure something out? Well, what are you trying to figure out? Have you tried taking a break from it, coming back to it later, asking someone to help you, getting a frying pan and hitting yourself with it, which I do not condone because I'd rather hit you with it? Heck, that be you. I need it fixed for later. I don't know. Streamer friends out there, y'all have good ways for interactions when you first have somebody jump into your chat? Any ideas for that? So I feel for me that's an area I lack in. It's kind of just like, oh hey, you're here, cool, and that's it. I mean, I try to ask a question at least and be like, yo, what's up with your day, or how you doing? Not like that though, you know? Joys of moving everything. I mean, sure, I guess. I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. I don't get many new people in. Well, you don't stream much more, do you? Not really, just say hi. I feel like I need to work on that well. Yeah, it might be good. When I'm playing Pokemon, I ask what their favorite Pokemon is. They say, Colin, what's your favorite Pokemon? Why is it Umbreon? I mean, I feel like asking... I like that question. I feel like it can be expanded upon, though. It's like, what's your favorite Pokemon? My response can just be Charizard, and that's it. It's like, cool. Nah, I guess it works. It leads into more conversation about Charizard. This could be like, oh yeah, I really like Charizard. What's your favorite part about Charizard? Like, you like that it's orange? Do you like that its shiny sprite in Generation 2 was purple instead of the traditional black that we see now? Do you like its Mega form that's obviously what Charizard should have been? Because it's Fire Dragon. Do you like that I swept Kong with it in week 5 of PDL? Like what's your favorite part? Like that. I can lead in some. I think, I don't know if it's better to do like a precursory question where you can build off of that, or if it's like good to ask a question with a follow-up right next to it. So like, what's your favorite Pokemon and why? I mean, that's also kind of what I do with the question of the day, I feel like. So always I'm like, if you don't know what to say, the question of the day is the easiest way to start interacting. Maybe that's a little bit more thought-provoking. I don't know. We're asking how they found it. I don't like to ask that because people get very defensive about it. You know, I feel like people get very defensive about it. They're like, I don't want to tell you why I'm joining. I just found the channel. Don't question me. You know, I mean, I like to know because it's like, oh, cool. I need to keep investing in, you know, getting people to put it in their Tinder profiles or something like that. Which, if you're not putting my URL in your Tinder profile, I don't know what you're doing, because it increases your match percentage by 50%. So, at minimum. Our beta tester found it can go as high as 100% increase, even above 100% increase. We had one case where it went to 270% increase of matches. So, I don't know why you're not doing it. It's helpful for you more than it's helpful for me. Jaquan, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. What's your favorite Pokemon, Jaquan? Let me know. Why is it Pikachu? It's not Pikachu, but if it was, it'd be pretty cool. I'm still figuring out things. I mean, yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm still figuring out things about me streaming, so I could, if you're not, I'd be concerned. I'd be more concerned than that if you weren't, you know, because then you'd be like, yeah, I'm done. Screw this. I mean, you're actually thinking about, which is cool. I like that. I find that cool. I have a lot of people come find it from. What do you mean from Jimmy's website? So if we put your URL into my Tinder, yes. No. I didn't read the rest of that message. That's on me. I should read the rest of the message before I say anything. So if we put your URL on my Tinder, we would get matched with you. No. For clarity, no, you would not get matched with me. You would, however, but get increase up to, you would get a 50% at minimum, 50% increase to your matches. So let's say you match with 25 people. I picked a bad number. Let's say you match with 5 people, right? That's like normally what you would have matched with. Let's say you match with 5 people, 50% increase of that would be 2.5 people. So you're likely to get 3 extra people matching with you just because you put my link in your Tinder bio. Although it could be as high as, like, you know, you match with 5 people normally, it could go as high as 25 people, you know, jump into your thing, which is way more than I said, way more than the 275% increase, but still, it's just, you know, 67% of all statistics are made up, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna become a Nintendo streamer. Hi, just gonna become a Nintendo streamer. I'm dead. It's not a bad idea, honestly. There always is the ye old debate about an exclusive content creator and a diversive content creator. Somebody who focuses on one genre, well, not even one genre. Someone focuses on one franchise versus somebody focuses on multiple, versus somebody focuses on a developmental team versus somebody who focuses on a style of game or a genre. Like, there's always that debate, and I feel like you gotta do you. I know from research and analytics that being in one franchise works well on YouTube, which is why my YouTube channel is just Pokemon. However, I also know that it gets boring because, yeah. But YouTube's algorithm is designed that way. Twitch's algorithm is designed in a similar fashion. You can get away with doing mostly one project or one franchise and then doing a little bit of something else, but eventually it'll start marketing you towards that other thing. Which is why definitely a lot of my outreach has kind of gone away, unless you play, you know, Fire Emblem or Zelda or Octopath, or like RPGs and like Pokemon. You know, I'm not maybe as promoted. It's the back end stuff. Relevance. Thank you for promoting yourself. Appreciate that. There's a rule against that. Exclamation point rules. Keck W. Kappa. Debated. I thought it was Majora's Mask instead of Sekiro that made you hate other games. I mean, but Majora's Mask is a Nintendo game, so I see that. You'd rather play Majora? Wow, Sekiro must suck. Oh my gosh, shiny. I mean, I think games that make you rage allow you to grow with the game. So, that's part of it. There is a right amount of rage level. One could be, hey, you're doing something really stupid, and you can fix it. Which is just rage, and that sucks. Or you could have, hey, you need to get better at this game, so get better at this game, and then you'll be able to do it. Which is good rage. It's like, man, I want to work hard to get past this, rather than, man, this game sucks, I'm never playing it again. Differences, I would say, in that. I don't know if I've had a game that's like, this game sucks, I'm never playing it again kind of moment. I kind of think that about DBD, Dead by Daylight. I'll clarify for once, and now I'm going to say DBD instead of Dead by Daylight because you all know what it means. But it's not really, like, DBD's not something that I gave up because the game sucks and I don't want to play it. That's part of it. I don't want to play it because I know where the skill gap is. Like, I'm at a threshold, and I need to get past a threshold of skill in order to have fun with the game. And I'm not going to spend 67 hours sitting there playing DBD because I would hate my life, you know? Chemical Plant Zone, let's go. Let's play some Sonic 2. Alright guys, this is Sonic 2 stream now. We're playing the with Knuckles version, which makes the game incredibly easy, by the way. If you've never played the Sonic 2 with Knuckles. If you get a Sonic Mania, you can. I wouldn't advise getting Sonic Mania because it's overpriced, but still. Yeah, I'm not good with that. I don't want to play a dating simulation game between horror monsters, so I'm good. I don't want to play a dating simulation game, period, so I'm out. Like, there was a time in my life where, you know, I would play Sims. But nah. It was just same boss about 30 times just yesterday. I know I need to get good, but legit was not having fun. You need to get good, bro. You need to step up the next level. It's not about you need to take the time to analyze what you're messing up with. Watch your feedback. See what you're messing up with and then fix it. Or find a strategy that works. Kind of hooked on Stardew. Is that a fishing joke? Tech Debbie. Did you marry Thomas in that game? I don't know if that's the character. Have you beat Junimo Kart yet? Have you found a cow yet? There's no Thomas? I had no idea. What's the guy's name that everyone goes after? Is his name Jake? Jacob or something like that? No, this isn't Twilight. Elliot, maybe. Alex? I don't know if that's it. He's got like dark hair. I don't know. Oh, it's Elliot. See, I was right. It's Elliot. Yeah. Yeah, me. I know what I'm talking about sometimes. Sebastian. Yeah, I think I was thinking of Sebastian though. But I know a few characters. I've seen people play it. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the game, but that's up to you. Okay, there was also a time I played Animal Crossing religiously. But no. It can be a relaxing game. Animal Crossing was the same way. Shane is one, yeah. But my thing is they get very stale because they're relaxing to the point that I'm numb and it's boring. Like Animal Crossing, you pay off Tom Nook. What's the point in playing the game anymore? And there's really like playing the game again just means redoing all of that with maybe a different house and different characters, and that's about it. So I mean, sure, I guess. Not my simulation games are not my forte by a long shot. That's why me too was big on a Football Manager. I'm like, this game is boring. I'm out of here. I'm not. Stop making SAQ references about everything, okay? You don't have to do that. Jeez. But it was a boring game because it's cool. There's some strategy to it, but like, with like specifically sports games, I want to be able to control my players and play the game, or run tactics that change the game in some sort of aspect. Not, hey, they're doing a free kick. You want to see what's going on from a field perspective? Sure. It's just boring. Like, if I wanted to watch a sports game, I'd just go to a sporting event or turn on the television. You know? I'm glad you're enjoying Stardew Valley. I know a lot of people do. All right, Kong, how was that? How was that introduction? Now that we've had some time away from it, I did ask Jaquan what his favorite I'm assuming what their favorite Pokemon is and why. And we saw what happened. So let's discuss and implement changes. You know. Boom. Speaking of changes, after tomorrow, I'm going to be a full-time Zelda streamer. I'm going to quit my day job, and I'm going to play Zelda. I'm literally just going to sit here and play OOTR until I'm the best at it. You have the speedrun world record. With my name in the Guinness Book of World Records for the 4th time. Boom. Chaos to Crispy 6, you know? And the world record book. You know how people respond? Yeah, I'm well aware. It's like social life, man. I say hi and girl walks away. Like, it's like, what do? Do you chase her down and be like, hey, talk to me? Or you're like, hey, guess there's more fish in the sea. I'll go cry in this corner now. Like, just follow and leave. It's weird. I mean, it's not, it's sort of weird. But like, you could just do an easy explanation. Like the one reason I would think people follow and leave would be, hey, somebody's talking about my stream. They want to go check it out real quick. They see I'm live. They're like, oh crap, I'm supposed to follow because insert streamer man told me to follow. But they're live, so I'll be like, hey, I'd rather you just jump in and be like, hey, somebody said check out your channel. I'll come back in a little bit if I have a chance. Like, that'd be better than just follow button, nothing. So, then you never see them. Yeah, I mean, I see the same people all the time. I get it. It's fine. Also, speaking of seeing the same thing all the time, you guys are going to see my BRB screen right now because I'm good at transitions. And I'm going to take a quick break, so I'll be right back. See you in a moment. I'd like to begin this segment of the stream by finishing up the topics, the last segment of the stream. So in the case of person comes in, here's the situation. Random situation, right? Somebody you don't know, we've never talked to before in anyone's chat or anything, comes in your stream for the first time. Goes, hi. Follows you. Radio silence. What do you do? Go. What do you do? Go. Let me know. Why does he go to the corner and cry? And if that's your answer, you need to stop hanging around my stream so much. Please don't, because I would also go to the corner and cry. And then it's just an endless cycle. And do you really want that? No. How about we just don't go to the corner and cry? Okay. Sound good? Good. You need to go to the corner and cry, please. Please always remember that it's really hot in the corner because it's always 90 degrees. Which is hot. I think you would cry if I cried in the corner. Probably. Probably not. I mean, if I paused it, I might laugh. And then help, but... No. No, I genuinely feel bad when people who are regulars don't show up to this stream. Because I feel like I'm doing something wrong. But I also understand that, like, hey, I got life. I just want to, you know... feel like I'm doing something worthwhile, maybe. I guess a way around that and not to feel like we have regulars is to have a lot of people talking in chat. But still. I've been busy. I mean, I get that. As I said, I get that. I know I do the same thing. And I hate it. I hate that I do the same thing. But I have to. Like sometimes I gotta go record, you know, the quad lock. Sometimes I gotta edit this video and I need to focus on this audio aspect. Or sometimes I need to start yelling at the top of my lungs because Waffles talks to me about oatmeal again. Like it just sometimes you need that space, and it's fine. I can understand that. Hey is for horses. Remember that. Remember them. Yeah, the dog this week, right? Yeah. And then when are your parents supposed to be back soon? What's that, last week? That was last week, right? Hey. Hi. They're back. Nice. We'll tell them hi back. I'm dead for you. Jimmy, there's something you want to tell us? I mean, it's okay if you do, but if not, that's okay. Take your time. Sleeping in my room woke me up at 4. That's sick. Sounds like my ex-wife, dude. Such a pain. 4 and 6, yikes. No thanks. I'm good. Oh my gosh, shiny Regi ice. We can totally tell. Are we sure this can be shiny? Or like, are we sure somebody's got this? It's like they didn't fake it. Alright. Well, seeing as to we never quite got to the conversation about what do we do in that situation, I'm just gonna leave it because nobody said anything. It's fine. Obviously we don't want to talk about it. Bad topic. Learning as we go. Let's pick something different. Let's go to another great conversation topic that we always talk about and it gets such good response from. What do you want to see me do? Because that always gets good responses, right? It's totally not just play Pokemon, you know? It's totally not like I subscribe to this channel to watch Pokemon, damn it. I want to watch Pokemon. Like, it's definitely, oh cool, I want to watch whatever you want to play, man. Oh my gosh, you have VR? No, I don't have VR. I don't know, like, I want to... I already suck in this reality, Nico. I don't need to suck in another one. Thank you. And you do what you want to do. Does that help? No, Waffles. It does not help. Go to CVR. So you want to see me go? I can do this and you know, just randomly. Is it always me? Because it is always you. That's why it's always you. And so it's not always you because there's the mild 7% of the time where it was somebody else, you know? I don't have Phasma or VR setup, so no. That'd be chaos. Every time I offer an idea. Every time I offer an idea, chaos, you say no because you don't want to do it. And you're Let's talk about controlling yourself a little bit. Maybe be like, hey, maybe I don't want to play the game at the moment. Maybe it's not working out for a specific reason at the moment, and I'll play it later. Maybe I'll never play. I don't know. Is that a good accurate representation of Waffles? I think so. Let's see that partner only run. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I'm like, I could go with some Paper Mario right now. I feel it. That definitely would be something to throw in maybe after, why am I vibing like that? That feels weird. It could be something to throw it after Fire Emblem. I actually thought about it instead of Fire Emblem, but I really wanted to play Fire Emblem for some reason. I don't know, maybe because I really like the game. Maybe because it's like one of my top 3 favorite Switch games. I don't know. Relevance. That's a question there. Still want to see Harry Potter? We can do Harry Potter at some point. I haven't decided really what that's gonna be yet. I don't know if I want to challenge run or just play through it again. That's the thing I'm kind of at. Like, I beat the game, so it's definitely one of those that is a candidate for let's challenge run it. Although I just can't think of a good challenge in that game. So the only thing I can think of is a completionist run, and man, do I hate completionist runs. So I don't know. I don't know. Part of it is I think that Wind Waker's gonna be a flash in the pan kind of series, so it's like, oh, we're doing Wind Waker. All right, it's done. That's the end of it. Like, no more streams. Do I have Assassin's Creed? I do have Assassin's Creed 3, which is the Revolutionary War story arc, and I have thought about that too. Part of my thought with that was like, oh, this could be an Invisible Corporation series. After seeing Kong's Valhalla playthrough, no. So bringing things out, that's the relevance. Very, very thin relevance. The correlation is less than 1. I'm sorry. Valhalla is different. Valhalla is a different game than the rest of the Assassin's Creed playthroughs. Well, the rest of the Assassin's Creed games. So, the Assassin's Creed games, not 3 games. I don't remember why I stopped playing AC3 exactly. There's a reason. Kong, I need short playthroughs. Fire Emblem's 150 episodes, dude. Like, I need shorter playthroughs. Plus, I don't need to upload to IC for probably like another 5 years at this point because of the schedule change. So, yeah. I need to figure out how to fix cam. Fun. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna want to do another like recorded series on that. Plus, I have to determine with Assassin's Creed if the PlayStation 3 setup was going to work for it or not. Or if that was just because Skyrim and Last of Us were dark games and they just didn't look good. Yeah. I mean, it's what I already had in my head, so... Nothing new per se, but it's good to know what is wanted to be seen. No more Assassin's Creed, please. So you need to clarify that a little bit with IC or stream, because I haven't done any on stream, so I am liable to understand that as IC, but I don't know. I think I know, like, I definitely want to do Hyrule Warriors soon-ish before Breath of the Wild 2 comes out. So I think that might be after Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem is going to be long. Like, we just got to the white, we're not even at the White Heron dance yet. And that's like halfway through the first part of the story. So, probably next stream will be halfway. And then I foresee that going until like December. And then something else maybe you could pick up later. What? We should play Sonic SA2 again. It's a great game. I want to figure out how to challenge run that without glitches. Well, it's just because it's you. Well, yeah, that's not... I didn't need that first sentence. I just needed. I'm not a big fan of Assassin's Creed games, so no. Again, the debate with IC would be the two things on those. I feel like I would end up hating playing Shadow the Hedgehog. So, looks like I'm going to have to find that key first. I need to stop knowing SA2 so well. Jeez. Same thing with Generations. I feel like it gets stale after a while. But that could definitely be more of an IC thing than Shadow. Shadow has too many, I have to play this game like 9,000 times things to really work as a series, in my opinion. I will say the series I had been working on for the channel was a Sonic series, and I've canceled it because it's a terrible one. I'm gonna play Sonic 06. You have fun, my dude. I beat it already once. Don't think I want to do it again. Although I thought it would be kind of funny to do a deathless run of it. Like, I might be a masochist at that point in time, but it'd be a fun run. After some time. Saying literally at any point you can die. That would take forever to beat. Oh yeah, because you have to hard reset the game. Are you gonna get the new Jedi Fallen Order game? That's on my list to play too. That's next year though. Everything's next year. That's the problem. Because they decided to not make. They decided to make 2022 suck for games. Sonic Frontiers on the list. Yep. Like next year's covered, but it's more of like, what do I want to play right now, kind of thing. And what do I like? Hardcore is gonna drop very quickly. Like it should be done tomorrow, actually. Just trying to figure out what to do after AC Valhalla. We had like an hour conversation after stream. If you don't know what to play, I have no idea how to help you anymore, bud. I gave you everything I had. Legacy looks really good too. Oh yeah. So like I have my plate full for next year with Jedi Fallen Order 2, with Sonic Frontiers, with Hogwarts Legacy, with Scarlet Violet. Like my plate's pretty full. So Jak and Daxter could be cool. We talked about Jak and Dax, I think. Also, if you're like talking about IC stuff, I wouldn't talk about it in a live chat, thanks. Just so we don't have it out there. You mentioned Banjo. Ding 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 ding. I mean, my thing is like we're doing a lot of platforming games, so I'd like to kind of branch away from that a little bit too. But that's me. You should play Crash Bandicoot. I wouldn't be against Crash. It's been a while, but I wouldn't be against. I'd have to get the software to play it though. That's the thing. Because it's PlayStation. Is it PlayStation exclusive or is it just PlayStation dominant? Because I think it's, if it's on like Steam or something, I could. But if it's a PlayStation thing, I wouldn't be able to. Let's just taste funny today. Yeah, on the Switch. I could play it at some point. Just gonna say hello. We playing stuff now. Kong sits on Switch, so yeah. I mean, I could. I'd have to be pricing of said game, and if I'd actually like, that's gonna be part of it. So if it's $60, I'm probably not gonna get it. But if it's like 30 or 40, I can be persuaded. My other thing is like, I've done this a lot in the past where I'm like, hey, what do you want to see? And then the people who want to see it can't or don't show up. So that's not great either. But it's why I try to universally give us something that would be like, oh, hey, we all want to see this, and cool, let's go watch it. Or the majority of us want to see this, and yeah. You know, I want to spend $40 in the game for just someone not to show up. Yeah. Think of Rocket League. Like, I got Rocket League to play with this one guy, and I only play with him like a couple times. I mean, I've played it before, but I've played it since, and I enjoy playing Rocket League. It's just, you know, still. It's I can't enjoy the game now because I can't play it online because I don't have online that works. Thanks, school. So yeah, the Insane Trilogy are $4 and are $40 each. Yeah, maybe not. I did see the Spyro trilogy at Walmart on Monday. It was like $40. I didn't buy it, but I thought about it. And that's what counts. Banana. Yeah, we should play SA2. Hear that game's got a banging soundtrack. I guess SA2 is like the definition of she's a 6, but she's got a banging soundtrack. She's like a 20 at that point, you know. Crazy. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys aren't usually cut up with the TikTok trends. TikTok has been kind of stale for me lately, honestly. Not a lot going on. But, eh. Tell me. Well, I mean, yes. I can definitely tell that. Though it's mostly been the shiny reactions lately that I've been putting up. Although they're not doing well anymore. I don't know why. Like, I start posting something and it starts out really well and then it just starts crapping. It's like, I can get 1,000 views on a shiny hunting video and then the last couple have been 200. You know? I learned that people don't like DST. That's cool. People don't like Jedi Fallen Order. People don't like... People really like SA2 boss fights, apparently. Definitely that people don't like the sideways videos. So we won't do that again. Oh my god, who's crying? So do Stranger Thing TikTok? Cool. I don't know. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, it's hard to have an algorithm. It's just gonna be, oh, I'm doing this trendy thing. Nope. Yeah, I'm doing something else now. Nope, I'm doing something else. It's like ADHD, but the platform, you know? It's like if you were if you made YouTube videos, but you had ADHD, you just jump around with topics. Not that ADHD is bad or anything, it's completely fine and cool. You know, don't worry about it. It's just how you jump between topics, crazy, like everywhere. Did I say ADHD? No, I said ADHD. Attention deficit something disorder. I don't remember H. It's hypersensitive, I think. That's what the H is. Attention deficit hypersensitivity disorder. Is that what it is? ADHD? ADHD? You need to stop watching HGTV then, bro. Hyperactive! Thank you. Not hypersensitive, hyperactive. Hey Damien, you want to fall off the stage again? I think you're right. I took a class on it at one point. I don't remember a lot about it, but I know a little bit. That was a terrible versus. Talk about a blowout. Talk about a Dragon Ball versus, bro. Like, jeez, what a blowout. Falling off what now? Hi, falling off what now? I'm dad. Got him. Said, hey Damien, you want to fall off the stage now? Reference exclamation point IC our Sonic Heroes series. And Damien kept falling off the stage on this level. The other part about playing, I thought of it because falling off the stage in Sonic. The thing about Shadow the Hedgehog is I can't die because every time Shadow dies in Shadow the Hedgehog, he goes, damn, not here. And such. It's a funny way to type such, but okay. That's a funny way to say those words. Yeah, I was always very careful when my parents came in the room when I was playing Shadow. Like it's like oh crap, I can't die. We have Barrett, and Barrett's just Barrett. He reminds me of Jimmy when he plays OTR. He's like, swear words are my vocabulary. Got him. Yes. It's just Kong when he rages. He just swears is what he goes to. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're mad, swears are what you're probably gonna gravitate towards. I usually say them ironically. So. This music's awesome. This fight sucks. Just so you know. I think I mentioned that with Generations, but if I didn't, part of going back to Generations would be I beat the game before, so what do with game? I should work on that. I have a couple massive projects that I want to work on. That I just need to get time to do and the desire to do. So, turn it up. I also think I'm more inclined to play the older Sonic games. Because I haven't. I did mention doing stupid mode, as I like to call it, on Metroid Dread. So we could do that. And I call it stupid mode because yikes, it's hard. I mean, it's like, it's called Dread for a reason, because you dread doing the challenge, KW. What happened? Hit the button. Make your mind up. Come here. Yeah, definitely check out the TikTok channel if you're not already. Would appreciate. Would appreciate. My other thing is like something I've been thinking about too. I know I was joking with the whole become a Zelda creator, but I do think it'd be kind of fun to do like a week or so of streams where I just play a certain like franchise or something, or play through a game like. And say I wanted to play Phantom Hourglass. I just wanted to play it every day, so there's just a week where, hey, we're playing Phantom Hourglass at stream time. Yeah, I've thought about doing that. But, well, I mean, it didn't have to be necessarily a week. It should be like every time we stream, we'd be playing that game. Instead of, all right, Monday we're doing this game, and then Tuesday we're doing this. There should be a difference to it. I do that with OOTR only because I want to know I want to remember what's going on with OOTR, so. Why do I keep missing the middle one? Come on, man. I didn't even touch that panel, man. You know that. You saw me not touch that panel, bro. Totally not shiny. Did I ask, was it just mods, or was it the subscribers, or just everybody about what the next hardcore should be? I know I asked as a question today for the channel, but I think I've determined what it is. I don't know if I'm happy about it or not. Honestly, at this point, I think it should be black and white too. Because it's difficult for no reason. So, just mods. No. Well, I won't discuss about what it is, but I might tell you tomorrow after we beat the game. After we beat Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, because there's no way Sun and Moon, sorry, because we will be done with it tomorrow. Here's my goal. Because we stopped at We stopped at the slot. Actually, it might be a little bit more than a week. Well, the mods answered as well. Yeah, I'm kind of tired of that. I'll be honest. Because, like, only my mods answer stuff. If I want my mods just to answer stuff, I'll put it in the mod chat. Also, Nico, if you saw my... I hope you saw my thing in the Discord when you were voting on the color. Because you did purple. Because there was you on Twitter said pink. And then Discord put purple. So I don't know if... you meant for the one on Discord to be pink as well. But if you did, the soap was the pink. So please change it. Thank you. I was surprised. Out of all the people out there, Marvin was one of the people who gave me a color. On Twitter. She's like, I'm cool. I'm glad I did this on Twitter now because I got people who... you know, probably wouldn't interact with the content on the Discord side of things. Which, if you're not interacting with the polls on Discord, that is your own problem. Because I'm trying to give you influence on this. I could easily just say, I don't care what you think, and do what I want to do. But I like your input, and I like giving you the input. So, use your agency well, and don't not use your agency. It's like voting. It's like going out to vote. It's like, you have the agency to do it, and if you don't do it, you're just wasting everyone's time. You know, because we could literally just, you know, decide things without asking people, but we ask because we can't. Marvin is good people. I just don't get to hang out with Marvin too much. So yeah. The other part is I have been looking at my documents to see like what games I played recently, Pokemon related wise. Go back to the question. No, come back to the hardcore thing. Technically, Fire Red and Leaf Green are the next games that I should play on my YouTube side of things. And then like Sword and Shield should be on there as the next thing to deal with. For video wise. So like I know, boss. I still haven't got, I don't think I'm still at the point where I'm ready to go do some like fan games yet or spin-offs or anything. Like I feel like I've been away from main series for too long on my YouTube channel. It's like last year we like exclusively did spin-off games. Like I played Unbound and then I jumped into Uranium. So I know. Uranium was FU fun. Not fun. FU fun. Because man did I spend way too much time in that game. Like, if there was a way to like gen in rare candies, that is the game to do it. Because holy cow, you grinded for 9 hours to get one level. And that's not much of an exaggeration. I spent so much time grinding in that game. And it just wasn't funny. And it's a tough game. Like, I don't. Like maybe nuzlocking it is not enjoyable. Like Black and White. See, there's a difference. Black and White 2 is an enjoyable nuzlock because it offers you enough challenge and moderately good levels and experience to keep grinding if you do lose. Uranium does a thing where it's like, hey, you're doing a nuzlocke. Well, you better not lose anything because you'll never have a team again, kind of thing. So. I got a blast. I'm kind of doing one right now. Maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of also doing Black and White too. So. And I know I've complained a lot about quad lock. If you watch quad lock, you feel it. You understand. But it's not like it's a it's not like it's difficult to grind a new Pokemon up. Like I can just throw something on the team and it works. Whereas Uranium was like, hey, guess what? You're incredibly underleveled. Unless you want to spend 12 hours getting one Pokemon up to the rest of your team's level, you're not going to make it that far. So, yeah. Oh my gosh, shiny. No, because like I luckily every time I play it, I implement the Burbank City clause, which is, hey, I can't fish here. I definitely should be able to fish here. So I'm getting an encounter anyway. Screw you. So, like, I implement that clause every time. I also implement the Route 2 clause, which is, hey, I can't access this part of the route until after I've beaten the first gym, so it's a new encounter. Because otherwise, you get one encounter from the first gym to the second. Which means you have 5 Pokemon by the time you get to the second gym. Like, you can't even possibly get a full team. So... yeah, the Relic Cave is a nice little clutch encounter to get. So it does work. In my opinion, it's like playing Oras. I might have this backwards, but regardless, in Oras, the encounter table is different before and after Petalburg Woods, compared to Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, where the encounter table is exactly the same. So in Oras, it makes sense to get another encounter on that route. It's a different area of the route that has new Pokemon, compared to Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, where it's literally the same route, because it has the same Pokemon. So I think that's backwards, but because I'm pretty sure in Emerald I got 2 encounters, but I don't remember for sure. I have to look it up again. But I've always gone with the, if you can have a different encounter, you can get a different encounter. We did this heading home. Jeez, dude, it's 4 o'clock. What the heck? Oh, regular work schedule. Got you. Enjoy. Probably still be live when you get there, but enjoy the ride. Hope you find your cat when you get home. I hit him in the toilet, in the turlet. He's in the turlet tank. Just kidding. I wouldn't do that. Well, 2 of them the Berg and 1 of them the Colress. I mean, it's a rough section of the game. You exclusively do not get encounters in Black and White 2. You exclusively do not, which is kind of cool, because playing through it on the channel, like, every other episode was a gym. Which I thought was really nice pacing. I enjoyed that. However, come a but, you get encounters which sucked. So that is part of it. It's a tough game. I still say the only time I've beaten it is the Let's Play I did of it, which was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed doing the Let's Play of that game. Because it felt new to me, and I got to use a team that was fun. But it is definitely a hard Nuzlocke for no reason. Which is why I'm like, ooh, hardcore, black and white too. Ooh. I'm also like hardcore, black and white too. Emotional damage. Exactly. They definitely, Black and White and Black and White 2 definitely feel like the hardest Pokemon games in my opinion. Like they feel that way. They might not be, but they have that feeling of just being incredibly difficult for no reason. Like you notice it a lot more with Black and White 2, but like even with Black and White, you get to that Getsus fight, what are you doing? You get to that end fight, what are you doing? That's a good question. You'd even get to Iris when you question that. Like you're already just like, how am I supposed to beat Bird? What do I do against Roxy? I don't know. At least the stupid rats. Where's the TM for Stealth Rock? Like, jeez. So. Speaking of Nuzlocks and stuff, what do you want to see for Scarlet and Violet? Like, frame 1, no more information, period. What playthrough do you want to see? Because I'm probably going to end up streaming it because there's just so much variety to it. But I think I'll do a live playthrough and then I'll do a recorded one. And probably do them differently. But up to you, what you want to see. You want to see me run into a Nuzlocke immediately? You want me to, it's kind of hard. I could do a Let's Play. I think this would be the one game that I could Let's Play and be like, hey, I'm doing weird stuff. Let's Play, but I'm fighting the light type gym first. You know? Let's Play, but I'm doing a mono type run. So I can only choose Fuecoco, and that's it. So, monotype could be fun. Yeah, that's an option. Definitely an option. Nice baseline. You could do a region lock. No! The region locks are sucky. That's Jimmy. I only won them because they gave me a legendary. That's fine. No. There's just some ideas to throw around. Ah! Grab the button, dang you. Dun. Honey eyes. Yeah. There's a lot of differences to do. Yeah. Was that all that was all the same series with the Black 2 losses, right? That's too many attempts, bro. It's way too many attempts. I am of the firm belief that if you get to a certain point in the game, you should not play the game again. You should do a different thing. Or if it's like, hey, I lost, I'm redoing it. The second time you lose, it's like, all right, I'm not playing this one. But 3. I lost twice the burger, I lost twice the Coldris. I will say the quad lock has been a pretty fun challenge. Just because like the limitations of the typings have been kind of their own challenge still. Well, duh, but you didn't change the layout, you didn't play something between them. You did the same thing, which, yeah, that's way too many attempts in a row. Well, so I would argue that getting to Berg is about the cutoff, so... Second time around, I would have been like, yeah, I'm out. Nope. It was a live series, that also was a problem, but, you know, different potato to fry there. Speaking of potatoes to fry, what's for dinner? I don't know. I haven't got that far yet. I could do rice and stuff again, but I don't have rice. Used all my rice. Actually pretty good. I'm just trying not to jump straight into doing chicken sandwiches all over and over and over and over again. Yeah, 4 gyms is kind of halfway though, so that's kind of a long time. And I know with the quad lock, I was like, if I make it past Berg, that's it. That's the marker. And then Berg happened. I'm like, yeah, I'm done. So. It was spaghetti. See, I need to get to do that again. Like, I haven't made spaghetti in such a long time. Because I hate cooking. Just need to take... I don't want to... I think I'm like, oh, it would be cool to take some time and, enjoy cooking for a little bit. It's like, but then I start to go do it, and I'm like, man, this would suck. I'd rather just have food now. And yeah, that's pretty dumb. That's a nice way to say it. Doing the Nuzlocke till you beat it is you might as well just do an Iron Bond at that point in time. Or hardcore. Or the point of it is that you could die at any moment and reset. Like, doing a regular Nuzlocke, kind of not good. But we'll see. Thank you. Oh my gosh, shiny Nico got it. Oh my gosh, a shiny red dress. Great. Yeah. I mean, I always originally played through to the point where it's like, oh yeah, if I lose, it's done. That's the series. I mean, I have changed what losing means. Because previously I'd be like, I have to have no usable Pokemon left, period, to play through the game again. But my mindset lately has been, I can't, if I white out at any given point in time, that's it. Which we almost had to restart Sun because butt faces from Team Skull decided to have stupid Pokemon. And we had 17 HP in a dream. Yeah. But using things in the box, it's cool to use things from the box. Like, oh, I have all these encounters in the box, but I feel like if you white, there's a punishment for it, right? Like, If you white, you technically lost, and therefore you lost. So it doesn't matter if you have 70 boxes full of Pokemon. You lost, and that's kind of it. You know? So yeah, that's kind of the annoying part, is the death counter getting it that high. Like if your death counter gets into double digits, it's already kind of monk-ass. Very much so if you go past like 15, it's like, okay, you've died a lot. You probably shouldn't still be running this. And then it's all when you do training and you lose mons to training and I'm excited to see my comment section on tomorrow's video, because I'm gonna get some flack from it. It's fine. If I'm not out here doing controversial things, would it be a chaos series? No. Like, I can bend rules, and it's always the cool thing about a Nuzlocke is you do it the way you want to do it. My favorite thing is watching people come and say, "You're not playing on fat mode, you suck." Like, I want to have fun with life, you know? Like, I wasn't ready to turn it off yet, and you're like forcing me to do that. I don't want to do that. Just let me play it how I want to play it. And now I'm like, hey, I can turn off set. I can turn on set and, you know, still have a good time with the game, rather than I'm going to turn on set and cry. You know? Weep. That works too. But does it know explosion? The real question. Bum, 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 bum. It was a shiny, oh no, I ran away from it, crazy. This one is just tedious, bro. Yeah, let's go play Wind Waker right now. Let's go play Apex. LTD Asanto. No, no. I mean, you're doing a good bit of resets today. And after I stopped meeting on Scarlet and Violet, because we can't talk about it, and chat kind of died down a little bit. It's fine, it happens. I'm not upset or anything. It would be cool. I thought about ways to double hunt, and the only way, the only real way I can do that is if I either A, make my face cam what's capturing the other game, and or B, hunt on an emulator, which isn't fun. So that is parts of the conundrum that is going on. So you know, they have done some new updates to Apex, which could make it a lot of fun. Because they added a character called Mad Maggie, And her passive is that she runs faster with a shotgun out, and exclusively the EVA 8 is my favorite shotgun. And now that it's getting buffed back again with the double tap, just saying, it might have to be a Maggie main. Because that would be fun. But I have definitely not... I'm definitely out of practice for that game. I mean, we were playing Valorant for a while, and I'm out of practice with that. For some reason, Valorant has made me good at Hunt, though. Hunt has been fun. But I usually like to play with my friends. But... because it gets to be very... It's one of those games you can't play by yourself, so... Bloodhound was my previous main. They made Bloodhound a lot worse by adding characters like Seer to the game. And I'm just not... Healing Bloodhound. That's when we came back to, and I started playing Path again. Because who doesn't want movement speed? Honestly, I'm not a big fan of the new ones they've released. Like, there's not been one that's caught my attention since really Octane and Caustic. Like, Horizon was fun. Horizon still is fun. But the new map is not favorable for Horizon, in my opinion. That's why she's not really that great. At that point, you're better off playing Pathfinder. So. Well, that's because you played one time to play with me, and that's about it. So. Part of it. But, you know, I didn't. So. Getting into the game is a bit more of it too. Would you just be shiny, bro? Like, everybody wants you to be shiny, man. We all want to see me go back to Shaman. Meow, see? Ooh. I mean, it kind of died out for me too. Well, mostly because Dave and Chewie don't play it as much. Like, we don't play it every day like we were. Because they don't have time. Apparently. And they were really the only reasons I played the game. So. And now I'm bad at it. Because I haven't practiced in months, and I haven't played in months, and don't know what the new characters do. And the callouts on new maps and such. So. And that I've played a lot of Valorant, and how you play Valorant is completely wrong when you play Apex, because you do not want to be an entry fragger in Apex. That role exclusively does not exist. Personally, that's my go-to in that. Cool. Buckle your pants, buckle your pants, buckle your pants. I'll need to look at that later. I don't care about this. Stop measuring me. I already am at school. I don't need another school to be like, hey, come here. We gonna put more school in your school. Yeah, see? I don't know what the end goal for hardcore is. Yeah, you struggle with games, so You're just giving yourself some props, so. Bop, it's a secret. Oh boy. I thought Iron Man was the thing, or Iron Man was the thing, rather. I don't know. It doesn't really sound that appetizing to me. Just like, hey, I'm gonna play a game and hope that I don't run into the thing that walls this one Pokemon I have. Which doesn't seem like a lot of fun to me. I don't know. What I have to see. They get pretty rough. Oh no, they're just stupid. Too difficult. It's like if you don't get a legendary, you're kind of screwed. So if you don't get a starter Pokemon, you're screwed. And if you don't get a Pokemon that has a good ability, you're kind of screwed. So there's like Nuzlocke, you kind of like, oh hey, you know, I don't have a good Pokemon here, but it has a good partner that counters its weaknesses. Like, it is definitely a difficult challenge. I don't know about it. Skid-doo-ba-doo-doo. I guarantee you can go back to every VOD, and I've always done Scooby-Doo every time this song has been on. Because it's, like, the best line in this. I miss Battle Blocks, man. I need some feel good. I'll have to go back and watch the entirety of Battle Blocks again. And let's just start running premieres. Like, we're watching Battle Blocks. Go watch it. Yeah, it's been fun being the only person to exclusively work with Dave on the channel. Something I expect to hold on to for the rest of eternity. But do. I mean, I can get that. It is a pretty fun series though, all the way through, I believe. Definitely is aged a bit, but a great series nonetheless. I mean, I remember it very fondly, regardless of how well or how poor it did. You know, it was one of my favorites to do. So I think today, if I'm not mistaken, there's a one-off video today on Invisible Corporations at 5, so that'll be coming up in half an hour. I think it's mine, actually. It's one of mine that I've done. Yeah. So. Aren't we glad that I haven't gone back to do Minecraft yet? Crazy. I did a lot of work on that server, honestly. But I haven't wanted to play it again. I got my fill after I built the house, really. There's not a lot of motivation for me to continue playing after I get a house built, honestly. Every time I've kind of stopped there. So. It's a weird feeling. It's like, oh, immediate. I think it's more like an immediacy. It's like, oh, you need a house, you need somewhere to, you know, get yourself away from, you know, mobs at night. And then it's like, oh, let's build a better house, so we have a nice little thing to live in. And that's done, and then it's like, all right, well, I've done that. Now it's kind of, I have to figure out exactly where I want to go and what I want to do, and that just gets overwhelming and monotonous. Or you're like, I gotta dig for diamonds, and yeah. So. I know in that server, I did find the stronghold. I know it's off screen, so I was kind of grinding for a glowstone for the house. I ended up finding the stronghold, but I didn't really do anything with that. Because I didn't want a repeat of the Minecraft MM stronghold situation going on. That was part of it. All right. Yeah, how about we play the playlist there, bud? Thank you. Hey. I don't know. It also could be because building a house is the creative thing of the game, and then everything else is like very grindy. I feel like that's more of the reason I don't play it a lot. So I played Pocket Edition a lot just to play creative. And exclusively just built stuff. It's like, oh, I want to build something, so it is really weird, and also drains your battery. So it didn't last long me playing that, but still. It is definitely something I owe my start to in content creation, but definitely not something that I continuously play. And I'm glad that I didn't end up doing Minecraft content when I started. I stuck to my bread and butter, which is Pokemon, and so. It ended up going well for me in that regard. If I was a Minecraft creator, I would be burned out of it halfway through year one. I mean, I got there with Pokemon for a while. It's like, I don't want to play this, but I'm kind of there now. It's like, especially with like different kinds of Nuzlockes. That's XD. It's been hard to kind of be like, I don't know what's next. I don't know what I want to do, because XD was the big thing I was trying to get done. And now that it's done, I don't know what I'd want to do. It's just, I guess let's look for the next big project that I want to get worked on. That's why I've been working on trying to find different kinds of Nuzlocks to attempt. Part of my end of last year, beginning of this year mentality was I was going too crazy with Nuzlocke. I was really over the top. And so I wanted to jump into just standard randomizer Nuzlocke, which were fun, and I really enjoyed those two. Like Heart Gold, Emerald was a lot of fun. XD was great. Loved XD. And I'm like, I probably need to step away from this because, you know, if you're somebody who only watches the channel in that iteration, it's like, okay, he's just doing randomizer Nuzlocke. This gets boring after a while. What is he going to do? Another randomizer Nuzlocke that's just a randomizer Nuzlocke and not something cool, you know? So, quad lock, cage lock was a difference. You know, I'd be definitely down to make collaborative series the mainstay for a little bit. However, but that requires me to have somebody who would be working with me at that point, and I don't think I have anyone, period, to do that with. So that's tough. So I need to branch out a little bit more still. I don't think that's the problem. I think it's just getting people who have the time schedules that I have and do what I do in some capacity to work with, which is kind of near impossible. So I don't know about that. I mean, it's hard to find off somebody who's done Nuzlocke for 6 years. That is not. That would be at the level of where I am. So, yeah. I don't know. Plus, I don't have the influence to just go out and be like, hey, person, you want to work with me? Like, yeah. I don't get that. I get, nah, probably not. And then from there. So. I mean, it definitely doesn't help that people are going away from doing randomizer Nuzlocke on channels. I feel it's more of the collaborative content. It's more of the high visibility with crap. Yeah, I'm kind of tired of Soul Links though. I'm just kind of tired of Soul Links. Mostly because I don't win them, 1, and 2, because I want to do some more competitive series. I have exclusively done 2 verses that didn't complete because both the people who played against me stopped trying and stopped playing, and then a cage lock, which is the only one that's been completed. That you'll have to watch to see what happens with, because I can't tell you. But I've only had an itch of 1 competitive series, and that I kind of like that. Meanwhile, I've done rotation like twice. I've done Soul Links out the wazoo. I kind of like that competitive element. I'm competitive. I like that element. No, if it was like a 4-person Soul Link competitive series, like a 4v4, a 2v2 cage lock or something like that, or a 2v2 Soul Link versus or something like that, it would be cool. But that's even more people than just 1, which is a bigger problem than just 1. Especially looking at doing 4-person stuff and seeing how complicated it is to get schedules to work when people are not full-time. Because when you're full-time, it's like, hey, yeah, we'll call it noon 30, and sure. I can change my schedule based on that because I don't have anything else to do. But when it's people who are like, oh, hey, I have to work from insert time to insert time, or, you know, I'm going to school from insert time, or I have to watch content from insert time to insert, like, it doesn't work. It don't work. Especially when people are not cooperative with it. So, yeah, scheduling is always a pain in the butt. Definitely my least favorite part about organization. And it doesn't help when clarity is never reached on it. So, yep. But that be that. Yeah. Usually one person doesn't want to budge. It's never me. I'm always the one budging. Like, throwing out different ideas to try to get things to work out. Seeing what works and seeing what doesn't work. Step. There's a lot to go in those kinds of projects too. And it's also just like, it's really hard to get people to commit to things, and that's very annoying to me. It's like, it's not really, in my opinion, it's not that hard of a decision. If you want to do it, you make it work. But when you hem-haul around and act like you don't care, then I get like, okay, then why am I even trying to help and try to get this to work? Because if you don't want to do it, just tell me you don't want to do it and move on. So I've had that happen way too many times. I mean, at least that's up front. It's even more annoying when it happens in the middle of a project. We're like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. It's like, cool, nice of you to, you know, commit to something and then completely change your mind in the middle of it. Yep. Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. And so I've had a lot of projects that happen like that. Or I'll start planning and it's like, yeah, we have a different vision, so no. I mean, it's good to know early, but it is kind of frustrating, especially when you're trying to plan things out. So, I mean, you just have to see what happens with it and go from there, I guess. Hope that something comes up and works out in a way that's positive. Alright, I never watch this, so let's put you here. How about that? Oh my gosh, it's shiny, crazy. The other thing best team is something else I've been thinking about, is like where to go with that next. I have no idea. So I kind of find it funny that my series all tend to line up and end at the same time. Like every couple of months. It's like, oh yeah, you know, best team's done, hardcore's done, live series, your recorded series is done, have fun and figure out everything. I'm like, I'd rather not do that all at the same time. It's much easier to come up with one idea than like 3 or 4. So, YouTube's a little bit more of a thing that has to be very committed. I mean, yeah. But again, it's just a bad character persona to be non-committal. If you want to trust somebody to do work with you, like you think like a business, like think of it as a business venture. You're gonna ask somebody to be a partner with you to create a company. You don't want them tapping out after a month. You know. Now, if something happens and the vision changes, okay. You know. But it has to be a pretty substantial change. It can't just be, hey, you're not liking how this is going because, you know, this is something that you should have expected to happen that is happening and you're not enjoying it. And so you're getting out of it. Should be, this is something that completely was unforeseeable and I don't want to do this because it's not what I signed up to do. Difference. And that's kind of the difference for me is, you know, if you're signed up to do a YouTube series, you know, a good example is like a versus, like, oh crap, I get a terrible team, your opponent gets a really good team, they start steamrolling. You signed up for that, you know, that's part of the risk of a Nuzlocke, you know. You can have a really good run or a really bad run. So be it. And we move on. Or you do like a versus where it's like, oh, you know, I keep losing in this particular place, or I'm stuck, I'm walled against this one particular boss, and I can't get past it. You know, that happens. And that can happen. You have to realize that's a possibility and you move on it. Like you're making a business and, you know, employee, you know, projects fall through, the manager is going to be the one overseeing that and trying to fix it, right? So if you're the manager, you can't just tap out. It's like, this isn't my problem because insert employee was supposed to do it when we weren't even sure we had that employee in the first place. So the people that back out of things, that's kind of it. It's more of if you back out of it for a reason or lack of reason. You know. I'm feeling that a lot of the projects. Yeah. I mean, that's different because if you're not doing your work for a grade and you're assigned that to do, you know, you took that class, when you go to school, you're, you know, accepting that you have to do group projects. That's kind of backing out of something because even though you signed up to do it, which is kind of dumb. And at that point, there's a higher power, aka the teacher, to be like, hey, they're not helping, I'm going to do the project myself. Give me an A, they didn't do anything. Give them S. They don't want to help, they don't get a grade. Like, simple enough. I don't like group projects for that reason specifically because I'm very organized. And I know other people are very unorganized. And so, and I always get A's. Like I don't do this half crap where I don't try thing. I always go for A's. And so working with other people grinds my gears because my process is impeded because I have to deal with people who want to work at a way different pace. a way different structure than I do. But there are a few times I've got people who are much more organized than I am with projects like that. But my thing is, like, if we can get it done as fast as possible and we don't have to think about it, cool. But the moment we have to, you know, the moment we start screwing around and not getting stuff done, that's problematic for me. And not my favorite thing, so. Alright, let's see what we got here at 76, and hopefully it's a shiny. If not, so we'll move on from there. Oh, what do you want? Yes. Annoying. Alright, I will be back. I'm gonna take a quick break. Get up and stretch. I would encourage it. Maybe grab a snack or some dinner, and I will see you shortly. And for this segment, I would like to talk about how I am going to be a full-time Zelda creator from now on. Yeah, I'm famous and everything. Because I hold 3 world records, you know? I'm gonna be a Zelda creator now. Let's go. So it's time to play the Wind Waker. Just kidding. That would have been the shiny reaction. That would have been it right there. That would 100% been it. Matt, what do you do if I have Wind Waker just pulled up at that point? Just like we're sitting in the Forsaken Fortress, and you're like, well, Chaos, what are you doing? Why we got Wind Waker pulled up right now? It is late 5 o'clock. Can you stop messaging me, please? I'm good, thanks. Oh yeah, so the video did go out. If you missed it, if you haven't seen it, I will post it real quick. I'm gonna ignore that DM. That's very annoying. Yeah, I did a video for a one-off today. Hope you enjoy it. Go check it out. Go check it out. Boom. Oh my gosh, it's shiny. Boom. Would recommend. That video was, it was fun. It's a lot of fun. Very challenging, but a lot of fun. That's a great arc in it. So, that is not the sun having a line through it. That is something on my screen. Hey, we got Gerudo Valley music. Let's go. I will note, as a potential schedule thing, and it's something that I've noticed. I might be smart to jump to a shorter stream period, because it tends to be I notice after like a certain amount of time, or it takes a certain amount of time for people to early come in and be involved in the chat, and then it kind of dwindles and does chat stuff, which is okay. But as the stream elements thing posts a lot, can I grab this dot? Thank you. Which is actually in the chat right now. I do enjoy interacting with the viewers, and part of my enthusiasm for streaming and motivation to keep streaming comes from that. So while I understand the other stuff, it does cause me the desire to go eat food, because I'm hungry. What's up, Shadow Fan? How you doing? Just welcome to the direct, and I'm hyped again. Cool. We're not allowed to talk about the direct because my mods don't want to let me talk about the direct. Even though I'm a Pokemon creator, they won't let me talk about it. So I'm just the meme. That's me. You missed the meme. You just woke up. I would recommend watching that as soon as possible if you care about the new games. So I cannot guarantee that discussion about that will happen or not. Yeah, switch chat. I hope you're doing well. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you, so I hope life is going well on top of it. And yeah, feel free to jump in with that question today. Doing a full odd ton of a mythical. You going for Shaman? For a chance. I have that hunt on hold. I'm at 2,000 for it, but I swapped over to DAs because I'm running Groudon for PDL, and then chat's like, "Hey, let's force you to do a hunt that never will shine at Regi." And so here we are. I tried Darkrai, but man, Darkrai's got an okay shine. It's not the best, but definitely on my list because it's like one of the only ways you can hunt Darkrai, which is pretty cool. I prefer Shaman, so I went with that first. You also understand the hunting mechanic for Darkrai and Arceus, and Cresselia is kind of long, so Regice does barely change. However, I've already hunted the other two Regi Titans. And we're going from there. Now, I did it in Brilliant Diamond. That's what I'm talking about, Brilliant Diamond. That's what I was mentioning with Shaman and such. Did I say Legends? I meant Brilliant Diamond. That's my bad. You know, man. I mean, yeah, it's a long hunt. I think I said Darkrai and Arceus, and you assumed Legends Arceus, maybe. I don't know. But either way, Brilliant Diamond, the hunts for Darkrai and Arceus. And then have a long reset timer, which causes a lot of people to not like those hunts as much. Shame, and you just run away from it. And so it's kind of simple. So much many confusion. That's helpful because that makes more. And so, thanks for that. Oh yeah, it's a tough fight, but it's kind of fun to deal with. Kind of fun to go against. You can get his pattern. It's more kind of... Yeah, it's honestly... thanks for the Mario death. It is pretty simple once you see it, but you have to spend time seeing it. That's just what it is. It's a learning curve, definitely. But there is a pattern to the fight. Now I don't think he's that difficult. He's annoying, but not that difficult. Also, I really can't say much because I've only fought the Asylum Dragon in Dark Souls, and then I stopped playing. So that fight wasn't terrible, but just be part of it. When you're not used to it in a Pokemon game, it can be a little bit difficult to get a mastery of, but it is simple once you have spent the time and figured out the pattern. Until then, it's just a learning curve you have to get over. Talked about that earlier, actually, with like grinding, and rage. Like that's a good rage because it's a skill-based rage. You just gotta keep getting there. Plus, Arceus is really easy because they give you baby mode, where you can save your progress and just start from start back at full health. Start with your character and your Pokemon all back at full health, and Arceus at wherever you lost at. So it is possible to beat that way too, but it is also not that hard to do it full stop, full health, as I have done it. I died before getting the second phase. I mean, that's fine. Just had to learn it. You know? It's just part of it. Yeah. But can you say you really did? No. I mean, it is like the thing you get for achieving the dex, and some people don't want to do that, so I get it. But you also don't get the thing for the dex unless you go talk to said person, so you just don't talk to that person. You can have the fun of that fight without getting the shiny charm if you want. Yeah, I noticed as much. The only way to get a legitimate shiny Arceus is BDSP, or if you have the event for the Azure Flute. Yes. But as I said, it's not an impossible fight that... Even if you fight the thing like 60 times in a row, and you whittle it down every time, like you're eventually gonna whittle it to nothing. So it's not like it's impossible to get done. It's annoying. I mean, it's practice. It's just improving skill. which takes time. I mean, I can't walk out on a pro baseball field and play baseball. I can. I'm not going to be as good as everybody else. But it just takes some time to build that skill and work on it. Regi Nucleo as a poison type based on nuclear power. Thank you for hosting the stream, by the way. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't like that idea as much. Not because I think it's a bad idea. It's a pretty cool idea, honestly. But I tend to see the Regis as more of like elements in nature, i.e. ice formations, rock formations, metals. So something that's nuclear is more of a man-made Regi rather than something that would naturally exist in nature. Like, it was more based on pollution, sure, but still that's kind of man-made. So I don't know about that. It's hard to make a poison one, I think, without having it be man-made in some regard. Yeah, the question today is about what Regi you would make. So there you go. Bum 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 ba da dum. Look how the cat jam came in at the end of the song. I mean, Regi Pixie or Regilite could be a cool one for the fairy type Regi. Which is ironic because we talked about Regi Dark. Like a dark type Regi. So a light one I could see it. I don't really feel like I don't really feel like they can go that way with it though. Like, it's a cool idea, but not something. But I would see as a possibility for the future. Also, I think I'd go with a fire type for Regi for a light. I think that gives off light because that would be something natural. That would be a source of light. So maybe she's that delayed. I mean, she could be that delayed. Regi Tree, grass type, sure. A giant tree. Boom, we go. Bakugan concept is underappreciated. The Bakugan concept of what? Exactly. That is the question. But true, dark and Japanese evil. So yeah, but Pokemon's a universal property at this point in time. So like, they got to get out of their whole "it's Japan" thing, and if they want to do it like a specific thing based off of Japan, then evil works. But still, dark does have some evil connotation in other cultures too. But there are some other cool things they could do with dark, rather than just make the evil. It's like, I mean, I get it, but still, marketing. I'm not sure what you mean about the Bakugan concept, Black Rose. So if you would elaborate a bit, help us out with that, be cool. I don't want another Regi. I don't think we needed Regidrago. I agree they weren't needed. Honestly, he was like, oh yeah, you know, the Regi form. They're really good. They're good Pokemon. They didn't have to be Regis per se. You know? It's kind of a, they're kind of an underwhelming legendary trio. So people see them like, oh, they're gonna blow up. Great. That's fun. I agree, but then they're going to make a Dolphin Pokemon. Yeah, but that's kind of dumb. Right? Like, we're going to end up having like 60 cat, like household cat Pokemon, and no Dolphin, and you know, there's so many things you can do with Dolphin. You know, if it's so evil, make it a dark type. Doesn't have to be water, like water dark. Dolphin could still be fun. Like, gotta get out of. If you're trying, like with Pokemon, it's something universal. If you're trying to make something universal, you can't. Like, you can throw your own influence into it. Like, you should throw your own influence into it. But doing something because, you know, doing something, like not doing something because it's a, you know, means one thing in your culture and not something in somewhere else, you know, is kind of weird for a universal property. If you're trying to say lantern and coyote, no, they're one's a whale and one's a football fish or an anglerfish. You know. They're not even close to dolphin. Like, the closest thing we got to dolphin is Sharpedo because it is shark, and shark and dolphin are similar family. So people have done these days. Well, it's more of, I get your cultural heritage and your association with culture, but if you're doing something that's going to be universally, you know, out there, why not pander a little bit more towards a universal perspective rather than forcing something that is only going to affect a part? Like, why go for a specific set of people instead of doing the greater good? I don't know if giving a dolphin Pokemon could be considered a greater good, but it'd be cool. Yeah, but shark closer. Orcas are close, but not that close, I would wager. I mean, I'm not a botanist or a marine biologist, rather. Still. Also, Black Rose, if you did not hear me, please explain the Bakugan thing, because you kind of just typed Bakugan and then left it hanging, and I have no idea what you mean. I know what Bakugan is, but I don't know what you're talking about. It's just, it was very random, like oatmeal. So. You know, a lot of the argument I will make with the dolphins, a good and perfect analogy actually, is a lot of people see sharks as evil. I mean, they're very, like, Jaws exists. There's not dolphins, like it's a shark movie that sharks are evil, not a dolphin movie where dolphins are evil. So, like, if they're gonna make a shark Pokemon that some people are gonna have problems with, why not make a dolphin Pokemon that some people are also gonna have problems with? I have no idea. Do I want to hear about your custom Pokemon evil team? I mean, I guess, sure. I don't see why not, as long as it's appropriate and not something incredibly just random. I will take the abridged version, or the TLDR version, though. If you'd like to expand more, I would suggest the Discord server, because otherwise it's going to be like that in a block of text, and it's going to be harder to read, you know. Finding Nemo had Bruce. Bruce is cool until he gets until he smells blood, and then he's not cool. Those Team Legacy, they dress mostly in red and black, so they're Team Rocket. Got it. Use dark types in Togetic because they're a bunch of hackers. Got it. And their boss is a professor of the region. It's not really a spoiler warning because it's a fan thing. And it's not like it's a game or something, right? Unless you've made a game and I don't know about it. But then, thanks for spoiling it for me. Fish, oh, friends. No, dude. They want to summon Arceus so they can Yeah, that's very insurgency. So they want to promote Japanese kaiju. I don't have a problem with Japanese kaiju, but new ideas are good. Like, I'm a fan of Ninetales, which is based off of the Kitsune. I get it, but I don't want like 90 million nine-tailed fox Pokemon. I want new stuff. So TLDR, Team Legacy of 2 admins, got that part. Not, I wasn't meaning that message. I was more meaning like I don't need the elaborate backstory, just kind of the PowerPoint bullet point presentation of what your team is. And if you want to go into more detail, I would recommend doing it in the server because it's going to get lost in the chat. Let's see. You like my evil team from back in the day? I am not as keen on that anymore, honestly. It's a cool team and I like the idea of it. Because the gimmick of, you know, hypnotism to try to manipulate people is really fun. And definitely could be used in a capacity like that. But I feel like I could come up with a better idea. That's all I'm saying. I know I'm saying that I want to get more culture, do small sprinkles and a huge gut. I mean, yeah, just branch out a little bit. Try some other stuff. My evil team, Team Doofus, make everyone catch a Doofus. Can I be the protagonist of that game? Because yes, sign me up. Because I will definitely fight that. Try that in the manga. I mean, a little bit, I guess. I don't read the manga, so wasn't inspired by the manga. So yeah, that's why they're evil. They make people catch Doofus, and nobody likes the Pokemon. So that's why they're evil. Pretty basic. But a team that wants to capture God, so that they can become God. Why don't they just become God? Without having to defeat the legendary Pokemon. That's my question with that, more or less. Hypnotize is quite fun. I think it's a cool idea. I thought it was a cool idea. I made a video on it. Wish my YT could join up Team Lucio today. But I have other ideas for evil teams that would be kind of, one, easier to flesh out, two, more involved, and more original than a hypnotism. Like, I like the team, it's so cool. Will I ever do a follow-up video on it? Probably not, because I never got anyone to, you know, respond to it, but yeah. Imagine somebody makes an evil team who only uses fairy-type Pokemon. I mean, it kind of makes sense, because sprites can be evil, especially in folklore and stuff. Why is that a command? Congratulations, oh gosh. Spelt it correctly. Yay. Boom. Why did I let you make that a command? I don't know. I have more ideas. I had one that I wanted to make a video on, but I'm not going to. Because I know it needs to be used in a moment where I have enough following that we can kind of flesh out some ideas with it, rather than just it being something that I created and let it be out there. Enjoy dinner. What's for dinner? Let me know. I need to make dinner too. Because I like Jimmy making random commands. Is today opposite day? And I didn't know. Because nope. It's okay. Grilled chicken with some chips. Is some grilled chicken with some fries. As I cabba cook. Much. That's a fun way to say cooking. Fun way to say you can cook. Actually, I have no idea what you're trying to say there, bud. As I can cook. I have no idea. I am CBA to cook. Can't be asked to cook. You know I suck at abbreviations. But I understand that vibe. I can very much understand that. So, I'm having to try to make some other anime characters hold the Pokemon team. I believe we had talked about the you were here and gave me the comment to do Shadow as a part of my if a video game character had a Pokemon team. Conversation right when that came out. So I still haven't made the one on Shadow because I'm having problems coming up with the idea for it, but we get there. Or correct me that I was so busy, dude. I had to go in. I didn't want to go in the office today at all, but I did. I don't recall that. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else, but that also was called Shadow or something. But I know somebody came in when I did the video on what if Link was a Pokemon trainer from Link's Awakening, and I made him a Pokemon team based on the game. And somebody's like, oh, I'll do one for Shadow the Hedgehog. And then I told them to go to video, comment on it because it's there. So I still need to do that. I'm working on it. It just hasn't been done because I don't have a good idea for it. Actually, I kind of put that series on a back burner for a while. And then got inspired to do one for OOTR. Or just Ocarina of Time, rather. There. Yeah. I got a text yesterday from our administrator saying, hey, can you come in and cover? Because I'm going to a funeral, and I'm like, sure, I guess. Then, yeah. I got a phone call around 11 saying I need to report for Friday. And yeah, I told it it needed to be done by 11. Was this something that you could have that you've had time to do, or just like, hey, here's all this data, make a report, go? Because if it's something you had time to do, I'm not surprised. If it's something you just got thrown at, good job. Nope, dropped on me. Fun. Love to see that. Yeah, those kind of things always make me a little bit upset. It's like, thanks for not valuing my time and giving me this in a time period that's reasonable. I mean, I wrote a report for a meeting yesterday. And, you know, I gave myself a time crunch because I was streaming and I could have wrote it before stream and I didn't. But no, I'm just like, yeah, I'll write it after stream, no problem. Hammers out a report in half an hour, it's fine. If you're happy that, yeah, it's a nice sign of trust, but it's a pain in the butt to do. It's like, cool, thanks for doing that, and then go. If it was me giving Shadow a team, it would be mostly Dark-type Pokemon and Kirlia. I don't understand the Kirlia, but okay. So I'm reading chat. Maria. I mean, that's not quite the premise of those videos. It's a take on it, but not the premise of what I'm doing with it. It's more of, hey, this is a specific game, and going from there. I would recommend watching those to get a better idea of it. Because otherwise, it's like, okay, you know, we're taking everything that Shadow can do across the entire universe. It's easier to narrow it down into, this is what happens in Shadow the Hedgehog, and we're making a team, you know, based around that, rather than the character in general. He did. But I don't think that's really the premise of the story. It's more about Shadow finding himself, which is kind of weird for a Sonic game. It didn't work out. We acknowledge it. Plus, if you're doing Maria, why would you do Maria when, you know, Sonic is a bigger influence, that the, is whatever the Black Alien's called. I forget what his name, it actually might just be Black Alien. Like, something with that. Gerald's a big influence in that game, so the Black Arms, yeah. But the main guy. I can't remember what he's called. Like, why not work with the president? I mean, Shadow's dead. I mean, sort of. I mean, yeah, sort of, but yeah. Nah. It's a weird statement. I'm very well aware I've played the game, so I understand your that perspective, but saying that Shadow has existed for a solid period of time without that connection, yeah. I don't know, and also as a lab experiment, I'm not sure that you can really say. And that is the being that gave the blood rather than the person that put it together. So that there's that argument. Kind of a nature-nurture argument in a weird, convoluted way, but still. Definitely a brain teaser at that point. Monk. Are you sure it wasn't you suggested? Because you know a lot about Shadow the Hedgehog. To not have done the thing. I mean, I assume you know a lot about Shadow the Hedgehog given your name, but you know. If I could spoil the direct, I know a good Pokemon. That was a meme. We can talk about the direct, the presents rather. The only thing we're not allowed to talk about Wooper. That's the only thing. And there's another Shadow. I mean, probably. I mean. I could research the YouTube name, but I'm streaming, so I'm not do that. I mean, does have a motorcycle, but still. And can we talk about that Mon? Because the internet's not allowed to ruin it for me. I don't want to ruin it. Read the Discord. I'm sick of the internet ruining Mons for me. We're not letting the one thing that I actually enjoyed from the direct to be ruined. So, yeah. Oh yeah, I've not gone on Twitter. That's why I'm saying we're not allowed to talk about it, because I don't want to. Yeah, I've gone on Twitter to post that I was live, and that's about it. So probably not gonna go on Twitter much for the next week or so, because I don't want to see whoopers everywhere. Because people do the thing where they overhype a Pokemon, and it drives me bananas. I mean, like, Chonk kind of died out after a week, so by that point, still. All right, we're talking about it. We're not supposed to be talking about it. Let's not talk about it. Okay, cool. I have to add it to the rules. We don't talk about Wooper. Jeez. You're enough. That's a funny way to say enough, but okay. Sure. No, I did it on purpose. I full well knew what I was doing. That was kind of the subliminal joke. Thank you for making me explain it. Yep. Hello. Oh, I just thought of something really good for something that I'm going to be doing in a minute. I'm slow. Hi, slow. I'm dead. Haha, we can laugh about it now. That was enough time. Was that enough time? Am I close? Can I press buttons? Thank you. I think I'll hit 77, 700, and go from there. Hey, 7700, I can't talk. No, my 70 is, and I'm out. Hi, out, I'm dead. You're speeding it, bro. You're just feeding it. So, moving the conversation back to food. Oh, big God. I don't know what to make for dinner. Excuse you. Well, it's a big thing. Ooh. So good. Reminder. Stretch. Oh, it feels good. Stretch your muscles, stretch your bones. What do you have? Pizza, chicken, fries, chicken, mayonnaise, chicken, honey mustard, chicken, noodles, pasta sauce, both Alfredo and marinara, cheese sticks, chicken, peas, corn, chicken, stroganoff, chicken. Do I have any healthy food? Peas and corn. Vegetables. Yeah, I don't have the right kind of chicken to make chicken for so no. I'm out. It just totally isn't healthy. Corn, peas. Where was that? I have frozen strawberries and bananas and some other fruit that I don't remember what it is at the moment. I want to say mangoes, but that doesn't sound right. I don't remember what it is. She doesn't listen. I am aware, but also we don't need to comment about people's lifestyle choices, okay? again. And also, we don't need to at me because I read the chat. And I don't have bacon, so I'm out. Yeah, but corn and peas by themselves are just corn and peas. It's not good. I just had corn and peas yesterday. Actually, I made I had some rice. I'm out of rice now. Let me get more rice. But usually what I do with that is it's a rice medley, and so I'll throw rice. I'll make rice, and then I'll throw corn and peas, whatever other vegetables or small things I want to throw into my rice medley, and then top it with some chicken, some nice grilled chicken. Works well, pretty good too. I don't have rice though. Yep, I'm slow. I'm dead. I beat you to it. Just don't even try me. Man, what's that be, bro? Yes, if you... So, quick caveat to the Discord links. The top one is PDL, so if you want to draft league, that's that one. The bottom one is the one from my server. So, bottom is probably the one you want. If you're joining. Chicken marinara does sound like a, I don't know what it's called now. But right on my mind. Right on my brain hole. It's also not called chicken marinara, so I know that's wrong. Chicken and marinara could work, but not chicken marinara. Chicken parm is what it's called. And no, I don't have the stuff to make that. I also have meatballs. I was thinking some meatballs, some meatball hoagies might be good. Because I don't want to cook much, and that's kind of a like mid-level cooking, because it still takes some time, but it's not like an hour. I don't know. That I need to do dishes, so that's a limiting factor on things. I have an omelet. I could do an omelet, I just don't have things to put inside omelet. I could like eggs. Forgot about eggs. I need to use them somehow. I gotta figure that out. I don't know what that's gonna be, but it's something. Maybe I'll get more some more cream cheese and make some more cream chocolate cheesecake bars. No. I got a whole tub of cookie dough in there, so I can use. So, ew, you lost me. You lost me. You lost me real quick on that one. Jeez. Ooh, that sounds disgusting. I'm tapping out. What? Mushrooms are disgusting, dude. I mean, part of my vegetable thing is I'm not a big vegetable person. Like, it's kind of few things, and that's about it. I don't know what Safeway is, but sure. Chicken tenders sound pretty good. Nugs always good. Tenders always good. They're not. They're pretty bad. It's like pineapple on pizza. It's pretty bad. Like who? No. Let's go put it in the woods where it belongs. I'm assuming a Safeway is like a supermarket. But yeah. Hey, mushrooms? How can you like pineapple on pizza? Same connotation, right? It just, you know, something that makes sense to you but doesn't make sense to anyone else. You know? It's like me going, how do you not like Hershey's chocolate syrup on pizza? Like, well, what are you doing, man? It's just amazing. Because it's nice. See, it's a preference. It's not something that's static, bro. I'm not gonna try it. I have. It's terrible. The reason I don't like it. I tried a lot of things. If I don't know what it is, I will try it. And if I don't like it, I don't like it. I don't want to eat it. Like, I'm not a fish person. I don't like fish. They don't taste good. I'd rather just have chicken. You That's where I draw the line. Chocolate syrup on pizza, it's good. Like, it's really good. You just haven't tried it yet. Chocolate syrup on Cheetos, better. But see, that sounds weird to you. Now imagine, now in my mind, that's how pineapple on pizza sounds. It's all about perspective. Exactly, pineapple pizza sounds horrid. You know? Hey, at least it's not chocolate on peanut butter, so I mean, that's a thing. Jeez. It's just about what you taste like. I mean, also, I haven't had chocolate syrup on pizza because, one, that's really unhealthy. Two, I was a kid, so I don't know even know if I like it anymore. So, yeah, pineapple on pizza sounds horrid to me. Just your preference, man. You can't have your food nationalist shoved down somebody's throat, you know? And people allowed to like what they like. And I might think pineapple on pizza sounds weird. Everyone else is like, dude, why do you think that's weird? It's normal. You know? No, I said I haven't had it in a while. There's these things called ears. Try to use them a little bit. Lol. Focus on the conversation. And it's like last time I had chocolate syrup on pizza, it was like I was probably like 12. Typing on Discord. Well, we're having a conversation, and that's not paying attention to the conversation. So why have a conversation? You're not gonna pay attention to the conversation, yo. You know, conversation's a two-way street unless you want to just talk to yourself, and then that's just weird. They put you in insane asylums for that. I don't like that. They're not fun. I didn't read your mushroom thing because I got too busy fighting Nico on chocolate syrup on pizza. Some white cat mushroom sprouted in my neighborhood, and no one thought to plug them when they are deadly. I mean, so I don't know anybody who I could just. I know my grandmother. That's the only person I know who could go outside and tell you what every plant is. Like, people don't know that stuff. It's not common knowledge. It's people who are plant nerds, and it's fine to be a plant nerd. That's what ears are for? No, ears are for eating, like with corn. That's why they call them ears of corn. You eat your ears. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's why I don't have any. Kick Debbie. Don't actually eat ears, because that's weird. Unless it's your... I'm not even going to go there. It's just weird stuff, but don't do it. Stop it. Get some help. I don't have that button on my stream deck. I should have that button on my stream deck. How about we do this?
Calm yourself, man.
There we go. Dinner time, woo. Woo. Jimmy probably had pizza and wings again. From El Pizzeria. No. I stopped the ear conversation when I said ear. I was making a joke about ear. Nah, it's not funny anymore. But I guess I've already ruined it. So I was making a joke about ears of corn and corn being called ears. So you're eating ears of corn. And that's what you use ears for. Yeah. That's what that was, yeah. Plus, we all know boogers are superior. I'm just memeing. I am just memeing. Sounds like indigestion waiting to happen. What that sounds like. So easy way to weird Nico out. Say things that are natural, and she just gets weirded out by it. You can so much to go pineapple on pizza. It's like, yes, got it. I'm surprised. I'm just gonna conclusion drawn. Nico is weird. We are moving on. Hi. Good morning. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Fortunately, that's Central Time, so not here. And proud of it. I mean, good. You said your true colors. Something 80s. I don't know the song. Just heard that song earlier, and I don't remember it at all. Jeez. Speaking of song, I've been really vibing with that One Republic. Is it One Republic? Yeah, One Republic song. It's the one that's in Maverick. Top Gun Maverick. Ain't worried about nothing. Ain't worried about it. I've been vibing with that a lot. It's a nice hype song. I can definitely see why it's used in that film. However, Common Bot would not recommend that film because the first one sucked. You like it, you're old. Yes, I like the person who commented on Twitter and said it depends on multiple things because that explains a lot. Thank you so much. If I wanted to depend on multiple things and I didn't know that already, we have a problem and you need to take me somewhere. Why are we dropping frames? Stop it! No, we lose money that way. We're hurting the real estate there, bud. I'm not any closer to figuring out what I want. I could make cookies. Not for dinner, obviously, but I could just make cookies. I shouldn't make cookies. My problem with like specifically like not healthy food is if I get it, I just want to consume it, and that's a problem. That's why I just don't get it, and I don't worry about consuming it. What kind of cookies? I have chocolate chip cookie dough in my fridge that I can make chocolate chip cookies from. Oh my gosh, Shiny, you guys don't even know it because you can't tell what's going on because I'm dropping frames. Thank you. Now I made it home, going to start cooking dinner. You making saltwater taffy? Because I'll take some of that. I don't know why that'd be your dinner, but sure. He's probably having that chicken that he put out and needs to be cooked from the OOTRs. See, he hasn't done it yet. Oh, because somebody couldn't find my ocarina. What are you doing? Somebody just tried to call me and then just stopped calling me on the same time. It's great. That's made. I love when people call me and hang up immediately because then I have a notification. It's like, if you didn't want to talk to me, why'd you call me in the first place? Jeez. All covered with cheese? Spaghetti all covered with cheese? Just don't lose your poor meatball when somebody sneezes. Boom, right? Why was that? Why is that a song at all? Like, some of these kid songs are just really jank. Like, bro, why? Why are we doing this? I don't know. Apparently, I can't press buttons. I gotta figure out how to function the rest of my night. Like, I gotta fit in a nice hour crying session on top of a bunch of editing and some layout work, but somehow it'll work together. I've made so many layouts in like the last couple of weeks. It's ridiculous. But I'm having a great time doing it, so I guess it's not that bad. It's just crazy the number has been done. It's probably at least a dozen, maybe a dozen and a half at this point in time. Will you see them all? I have no idea. Depends on how people do things. But we'll see. Probably half, you know. Probably more than half. know. Got lots of things in my mind going on. Well, probably. Thank you for the contribution to the chat. Sarcasm. You didn't know. Oh my gosh, you started Regi. Oh my god. I have to do that occasionally because I don't want the reaction to be just me blank facing, looking at the screen, then hearing the sparkles. And it's like, oh, it's actually Shiny One. No way. No way. No way. Y'all, if y'all missed the if you missed the cage lock episode 3 specifically, like one of the, no kidding you, funniest episodes of YouTube content I've ever put out. It's way up there. And the sad part is you didn't get to see like the majority of the funny stuff that happened with it. And I think it was more funny to us because it was going on. Because we probably, that whole episode was probably like 3.5 hours. And it was just funny. It was just, we had a great time. Cage Lock was a great time. Despite the game being rude in occasional situations, the game was a great time. It was great. It was a great series. Still is a great series. Going up now, Mondays and Wednesdays. Check out the most recent episode, went up earlier today. Because we are done with the stream. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We will be back on tomorrow. About this time, 24 hours, 7 o'clock now. We'll be back earlier than that. We'll be back in 23 hours. Where we will pick up the hardcore series of the Pokemon Sun. Hopefully, it will go better than it did last time. Who raid do I go? I do not know. I have no idea, honestly. You know, I have an idea. I haven't said hi to this beautiful individual for such a long time. Definitely somebody who should have the support. So we'll send it over to the one, the only, the legendary Sonic Buckley, who's doing some Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Sonic's a great friend of mine. Big shiny hunter as well, so if you like shiny hunting, definitely go check out Sonic's content, or Buckley's content, or however you want to, you know, talk about it. But he's doing some duel links, not duel links, some Master Duel today. As well as if you haven't seen the direct, he's watching it, so check that out. Would appreciate you checking out my friend Sonic, great dude. Thank you for hanging out here. If you want more from me, you can check out the TikTok channel. Especially my TikTok. You can check out the YouTube channel, especially my YT. Check out Visible Corporations, where I had a video of Smash go up earlier today as a one-off, so check that out. Definitely join me on Discord, join the Invisible Corporations Discord, and follow me on Twitter for updates and shenanigans. But that is going to be it for me today. Thank you for watching the stream. I hope you have enjoyed. Until next time, my name is Chaos. I'm signing off. Stay safe, and as always, burn it up.